Rocking and fucking rolling and fucking rocking and fucking rolling and fucking
Good afternoon, everybody. How are we doing? What are we on Monday now, aren't we? Back to a brand new week. I suppose 431 could make its way to more waves this week. I certainly expect it. Tomo, thank you so much for the raid, by the way. That is good timing. I'm just gone live. How you doing, everybody from Tomo's stream? Welcome. Graphic, Jorm, Kinky, Grizzly, Tomo himself. How was your stream today? What were you doing? Were you playing some 431 or just live? Do tell me all. 07 and welcome. Right, JJ, Gene, Deacon, Scott, Stephen, Half, Sandman, Dimitri, 07 YouTube, Schnickel Fritz, thank you so much for the 100 cheer there, my friend. How are you doing? Nice to see you again. Let's see who's here first. On Twitch, we've got Sandman, Deacon, Raldo, Silent Blob, Schnickel, of course, Greater, Marcon, thank you so much for the 16-month resub. Beers and Parrot. No, 23-month resub. Just a 16-month streak. You're streaking. Konuk, Sizen, Jones, Mighty Steed, Apoc, Sizen with the 2-month resub. Thank you, sir. Beers and Party. Nexus, Ethnification, Gonji, welcome. Ace, welcome. Of course, Jorm, Graphic, Kinky, Alaska, Rykard, Tomo, Zozda. Oh, there's more. Old Git. I think we're almost there. Blood Spill, Ivenic, Les, Bretley, Mayhem, 07. Yeah, I kind of agree with the whole thing you're going on about there, Konuk, with the injuries and so forth. Now, I was wearing heavy armor, so there is definitely some mitigation to the type of damage you can get, and it is based on how much damage you receive to a certain limb, for example. That'll determine how when you're likely going to get an injury. And I was being quite cautious, intentionally, because, it's going to cost me otherwise, to keep my head down, to only pop up and engage when I was more comfortable and ready to. So yeah, with heavy armor, you can take a bit more than any other armor, of course, in terms of getting shot at before you get injuries. But, you know, what I would love to see is more use cases to all the other drugs. There are actually quite a lot of use cases to them, and it depends on the symptoms that you have based on the injury that you sustained. I remember for a long while we thought there was this bug where your hearing would just suddenly go and it would just be like muffled. And everyone was suffering from it, and it turns out it was because at the time like grenades might have gone off in your ear, and it was your eardrums bursting, and then if you gave yourself, what was it? Something like demoxetrine or something like that. It cleared that up. So there is quite a lot of depth to the medical drugs and the potential injuries that you can sustain, be that torso, body, whatever. I do feel personally that they're not too obvious. I don't want like UI popping up. I do want it to be what do they call it? In-game, diegetic. I want it to be represented in-game by audibly, face, screen covered a little bit. But there's certainly more that I would like to see them do in terms of bringing more defined symptoms and treatments to it, rather than just as long as you've got a med pen, you're fine. But yeah, to say I only sustained a tier 3, that was pretty good going, to be fair. And the video really, when I first played, if you were on my Discord last night, I think maybe the night before last, I managed to jump on and play a bit of the PTU for the first time. This was a previous patch, and I did the same thing, exactly the same thing as I explained in the video I put out today. But everything ran flawlessly and smoothly, with them coming in and landing and deploying and getting into good fights and pushing back and so forth, and tracking me around the place. And the only reason why I came out of that was because it had a 19k, because there's a new patch coming out. And again, same armor, same approach, similar weapons, pretty much. But yeah, it's there definitely needs to be more depth to it all. I actually don't know whether, like at first, it was very much one tier 3 injury taking up half the canister, immediately removing the option for revive with a tier 3 bed like the Pisces, feels extreme. And part of me is like, actually, it's pretty good, because you are forced to deal with the injury so that you have a revive available, or carry spares so that you can treat yourself and top it up. But then the other part of me is like, that is extreme. That feels really extreme. I don't know how much of it is we're not used to it at all because of how lenient it has been with getting, repaired and regened, that it's going to feel very different now. Like, massively different. It's gonna feel very restrictive. But I actually, as I said in the video, one of the main things that drew me into Star Citizen was the death of a spaceman mechanic, which even back then was far harsher of an intention than what we have now. So I am actually enjoying what we have with the way it is. Whether it is accurate or needs tweaking, I still don't know. Until we've played it enough and we can see where things are. Obviously, the downside of that whole video was I fell through the planet. So technically, I should have been able to get back there and healed that injury, should I have wanted to. If I was done with that place, I could have flown back to a clinic and got it done for, however much for free or whatever it costs. Because, essentially, a tier 3 injury isn't too dangerous. It could eventually become a tier 2 if untreated, but it's not like... It takes a while. So, I think everyone is immediately feeling like pushing back because of how different it is feeling, and how different it is to what we have already. But definitely try it and feel it. See how it goes. What is it about? Is the BDL from Hemazal about 4.6 or something? Again, that's another variable that they can tweak, isn't it? Is this whole how much you get per drug? It would be better. What is it? 7.4? I think it's not too bad, as in it, a way of wanting you to slow down. If you keep jabbing yourself because you keep getting shot, then there needs to be a pushback. But what I would, I've lost my train of thought now. Oh, what I'd like to see is more reason to applying different... Like, I don't use any other device. I don't use any other med pen, other than the Hemazal pen. I use my med gun, which does it all. So whatever I need, it'll do it and keep me going for a while. But I would love to see more reason for it, more diagnoses, being able to tell. What we're going to do on Wednesday, in fact, is I was discussing this with APOC and Deacon, is how we're going to start running with combat medics. They're going to be the ones responsible for the health and well-being of our squad. And then, depending on the injury we get, we'll determine how we treat them and what we do with them. But I would love the medics to be able to see and understand and listen to the person, the player, who's saying, "Oh, my audio's, I can't hear very well," or "I'm limping," and whatever. And then obviously you can see it all on your med pen, your medigun. So yeah. Captain Bullship, how you doing? Been a while since I've seen someone go through the planet. Yes. They actually, I think it was post 4.0.1 or whatever it was, where after 4.0 came out and we were just falling through the planet every single time you went anywhere, they did a big push to try and fix them all. And they asked anyone and everyone, if they fall through the planet at any point, to let them know specifically where it was. Because they practically cracked down on almost all of the issues. But there are still, to this day, one or two places, like it happened the other day when we were off-gridding at one of the DCs, one of the sort of fob areas of a DC. It's happened at Jackson's Swap a few times, but that seems to be fixed. Happened at Bueno Ravine when I was wondering whether or not to do my off-grid stuff. Coach Max, thank you for the follow, and Slider, thank you as well. Yeah, it's definitely one of, if not my most annoying issue. Maybe not the most annoying. Things like inventory can be annoying at times. But yeah, falling through the planet, it's just, your heart sinks. It completely sinks because there's nothing you can do about it. The only benefit was that I had a respawn option, but I shouldn't have had to spend out on that, right? In the sense of using up that gel. And this is what I was talking about and this is what everyone's talking about when it comes to this med stuff. I personally am happy for them to bring this stuff in so that we can test it, they can find these issues, it highlights it. This year is the time to do it, because this year it is prioritizing getting the game playable. So rather than wait till, next year when they start bringing in features again, get it in now, get it tested, while I've got the resources to pull people off of features and fix issues like this. Now is the time to test it. But it is definitely going to be one of the bigger reasons why people will argue the point of medical stuff and regen being so strict, is dying to bugs. It's just, there's nothing, you cannot help when a bug happens and it kills you and you need to respawn and you're using that gel and it's limited and it's costly. So yeah, that is the only real kickback right now, but it's what the alpha's for. Let's get it tested, let's highlight these issues, use the issue council and tell them what the problem is. Anyone got any idea why they didn't release the Apollo for Wave 1? I guess it's just not ready yet. I think it's just they're probably still working, polishing it, and they want to bring it out when they feel it's ready to. But until they tell us, it's all just guesswork, I'm afraid. Baron, thank you so much for the 14-month resub. Here's a party place. The only medical vehicle I have is the Nurser. I leave it in my hangar all the time, using it to heal when I come back from a mission. I guess I'll be okay with the changes. Well, the way I see it is you've got the CAR and you've got the Nurser. Pretty much the same thing. One is aerial, one is ground. Depending on where you are, or where, like, for example, we have a squad going into one of the headhunters' outposts and they get downed. And if you want to bring in a Pisces, you've got to take out the turrets first, otherwise they'll get shot at. So bringing in a Nurser is a good way of extracting them, getting them healed, and, healed up before revived, so that they can get pulled out of there. If you can get in with a Nurser, with a Pisces, then do it. If you can get in with an Apollo, then do it. The bigger the better the ship that you're able to get in with, the better the situation is going to be for the person who's injured. But it is the game that restricts the potential of that with, are you in an area that you're going to get targeted, or you're going to get shot at? APOC, thank you, my friend. Big on ads. Beers and party, please. Thank you so much for the 18 months, mate. Let me try and catch up on chat. Hang on. Phantom, welcome. You've fallen through ASD bases. Did you issue counsel that by any chance? With them being brand new, they'd certainly be wanting to look out for those sorts of things. Flood, welcome. A skill issue indeed. The way people are talking about it, you'd think that they die every 10 minutes in the game. Well, yeah, probably do. I still get caught in the ground and fall through frequently when trying to ride the Mirai Pulse that has fallen over. Oh yeah, the Mirai Pulse is its own flipping game in itself. Trying to handle that and figure that out, that's a full-time job. They time it for maximum hype right before the sales. True, but it's like with the Wolf. We want to make sure that the bugs are quashed before they release it. Like the Wolf caused so many problems, and if they'd have released it earlier, then it would have, during the PTU cycle, they might have been caught out. Yeah, absolutely. It's like, just get it out, let us see the problems, let us highlight the problems. You're going to be more severe injuries preacher from now on. Mind you, tier 3 should be medgu free. Well, I think that's the point, isn't it? What they try to do with Star Citizen is get people thinking, making decisions, and then living with those decisions, like in real life. You might have a tier 3 injury and think, I could go and get that healed and spend 50k generally, of goo on it. Or I could wait until I get back to a medical center. You might think the same for a tier 2. A tier 1, things start to get a little bit more extreme, like you might not be able to walk. So if you can get back to your bed, then absolutely worth doing it. But then you might as well regen, spend the whole thing, and save yourself the time. This is all to be balanced. And I don't know quite yet where we're at with what should be done, what shouldn't be, what needs to be tweaked here and there. But what we do know is they have a lot of variables that they can play with, and they need us to play it, test it, leave feedback, gather the data before they can really start tweaking. But yeah, they want to make sure that people aren't just reviving or regenning for the sake of it, but making it so that, like, to me, one of the main reasons why you would want to get healed versus regenning is because it doesn't cost as much. Half the cost of a regen doesn't feel like it's enough of a reason. Yes, exactly, Canuck. And that is the big intention of the whole that's the big intention of regen in the first place, is to slow down the FPS stuff so that we're not rushing around like COD players. Yo, Highway, how you doing, Quantum? Welcome. Excellent, Phantom. Thank you for your service, sir. I'm the Prey. Welcome. Sayman, welcome. Yeah, we've got a lot more medical ships now than the Carrack and the A90. Tom, welcome. I'm much more in favour of respawn cooldowns than it being a limited resource. I like that there's both, but they need to be balanced accordingly. I think the resource is more important than a cooldown. A cooldown feels more artificial than an actual physical resource that needs to be harvested, refined or crafted in some way, and then, injected into the machine. So I actually really like that, because absolutely we will be able to craft these and we will be able to trade them and so forth. And I think that is a much better idea than just a cooldown, but I'm fine with both as long as it makes sense. Have RSI done something to the gravity of the planets? Not that I know of, Graham. How you doing? No, not that I'm aware of. Nicholas, welcome. Unless they've changed some values, I don't know. Which ones specifically, Graham? Yeah, the Pisces is a really useful ship, but probably quite vulnerable too. King Leo, welcome. I think the changes are good. Excited to see how they balance it all. Yeah, I think, like yourself, that overall the balances are the intention here is good. It will slow down gameplay. It'll encourage, less just mindless nonsense. But that's the point, is getting it to the point where it feels right, I'm doing good, thank you, Gene. Are you? Am I the only one thinking the medgu is a great idea? No. I think it's a great idea. Exactly. It's all a good idea. It's just about whether the values are correct. Yeah, to a degree, it's like, I'm always more of I like the simulation versus the game. The gamified. But I understand that needs to be more in the fun section, which obviously is subjective to everybody. But and we're all going to disagree along. Like some of us will agree that when it gets too harsh, some of us will agree when it's less harsh. A lot of us won't agree with each other when it, regardless. It's just the way it goes. But ultimately, it's going to make sense to the overall game as well. But we'll see how they get on with it. Again, like people going on Spectrum and just ranting and raving is not the way to approach it. It's feedback with reasons. You like the idea of the med gel, but I don't think it should be put in game while you can still die so easily from things. I think it should be, because in a way it also highlights why we are dying from silly things. And like I say, this year is the year that they're fixing those silly things. These issues with planets, falling through the planets, they want to know about them, right? So this, a bit like with freight elevators and the whole 421 thing, this is the time to start bringing this stuff in so that they can really focus on the quality of life. I may eat my words by next year if it is still, if we're still dying massively to bugs and things, which I'm sure we will be, but compared to what we were sort of a while back, it happens to me far less than it used to. It still happens, absolutely, but it happens far less than it used to. So the public beds are the only ones with cooldowns. Ah, okay. Yeah, absolutely. I completely agree. It's frustrating, Sandman. Absolutely, but yeah, I think, like what the cargo stuff did for freight elevators, where it forced them into really pushing the fixes for them. I'm hoping it'll do the same for bugs that causes death. What I noticed in your recent video, when you had a tier 3, max health was 90. Yes, when healing on a med bed, it was a lot slower than in currently in live. What do you mean a lot slower? So as you get injuries, the maximum health pool you can have reduces, and you wind up having, less and less and less. So you can't go above whatever percentage. What do you mean by slower, though? Rhino, welcome, S7. The only thing I disagree with is the 50% for injuries. I think what they will likely do, and I was thinking 10% as well, actually, Flood. I think for tier 3 injuries, 10% of the goo is good. In fact, I think it should be varied based on the type of injury as well. Maybe the size of the limb or the severity of the, I don't know. I think what we will definitely see is the percentage amount of goo needed to heal an injury will be based on the tier. So a tier 1 injury would require more versus a tier 3. Right now, as it stands, isn't it every injury, regardless of tier, is half, 50k, right? Oh, the health on the... Yeah, so the health on the medbed goes up slow. Yeah, because in live, you're injecting a hit of Hemazal, whereas in the bed, you're sort of being put on a drip, I suppose. And also, do note, your hydration level and nutrition level obviously gets topped up to 99 when you go on the bed, but it decreases at a much faster rate than if you were to eat something. So, for those of you who are just trying to top up your food and drink using a med bed, it does deplete a lot quicker than if you were to eat and drink something like an actual piece of food. Yeah, so every injury, I do think that's something they are gonna, or they intend to balance. Daylight, welcome. I do think tier 3 injuries shouldn't be 50%. I feel like that's just a bit extreme. Part of me likes it in a way of it giving you the choice, but I think it would make more sense. Because even if you had, for tier 3 beds, if you had 100, obviously, for your medical goo, even if you were to heal one injury at 10%, for example, you still wouldn't be able to revive. So it still has that benefit of you choose between getting healed with a tier 2 or a revive. The minute you have healed, even if it is a 1%, use of medical goo, that revive is out of the window. So if you are desperate enough to heal a tier 3 injury in a med bed, you shouldn't be punished to the point of 50%, because most people will just be like, I'll just deal with it. Whereas you still take off the table the whole revive thing. So 2.5 hours faster than a sandwich and water. Wow. So if you eat a sandwich and have some water, it'll last 2.5 hours. Whereas, is that correct? Is that what you're trying to say then? Whereas if you go in the med bed, it'll go down much quicker. Oh, sorry, I see, Canuck. So I don't have to apologise, mate. The med bed in the PTU heals you slower than the med bed in live. Oh, I hadn't noticed that. You might be right. I hadn't noticed. You think the injuries, if they are going to make us pay for them, should be a flat rate. The tiers of med beds being able to heal various injuries feels like a way to balance this. Yeah, I wouldn't mind though. Oh, do you mean like even including tier 1, tier 2, 3, 3? I don't think so. I personally would like to see it more varied based on the actual injury itself, not even just based on, tier of injury either. But yeah, there's a lot of things that they can tweak here, and I'm sure they will. Is there any tutorials on how to better use the healing? No, because at the moment, I think really all you do is keep it. I was speaking to APOC about this, and I'm sure I remember a while back it was a bit more nuanced, where you could go into the manual mode and decide how much to give for whatever. But yeah, right now, you keep it in automatic. It'll give you what you need for whatever symptom you have, and it will clear that symptom for, say, 5 minutes before it comes back again. So I would love to see a lot more control in the player's hands so that there's a bit more range for skill there. So instead of it just being, you just have to blast yourself with the med gun, regardless of your knowledge of medical profession, versus I'm a professional, I've been doing this a long time, I know I need to give you that much of this and this much of this. Now you will be better. Well, yeah, I mean, auto, I think that's a good point actually, Nexus, about auto being removed. I think what would be best is auto is only for Hemazal, but if you want to treat anything else, then you need to go into manual. And you can decide how much of each to give, plus the amount of whatever it's called to reduce your BDL level, or to counter that. Tell me how star injuries. Don't give him ideas. Yeah, it needs to be more involved. And we know they want it to become a proper career. So, and I guess that, long term we will see that happen. But yeah, I think actually making it just having the medical goo for Hemazal in your med gun to stop the bleeding and to top up your pool, and then if you want to treat the symptoms, switch over. Don't make it automatic. Absolutely, I like that idea. Super D, how you doing? How do you bedlock? You don't at the moment. They've said it's a bug that came in a while ago and they haven't sorted it. But yeah, I don't know when they're going to get to fixing it. But also then, giving the option to bedlog without a bed, or you know what I mean, log out without a bed. Yeah. So still a lot of work to do on the game, but the moment Squadron is out, it's going to move a lot faster. True, and I think a lot of what is already done in Squadron will just come over to the PU, which could include a few medical things. This is probably another reason why they're pushing out medical now, is because Squadron requires this stuff. So get it in, get it tested, get it polished, ready for when Squadron releases, so that, it's there and done. SSJ, welcome. What about an emergency respawn where you could have random injuries or the same injuries you had when you died? What do you mean? Explain yourself. Skylark, welcome. As usual, people are going to complain, but after a while, we'll get used to it. I believe it is a great thing to have this in-game. Let's hope for bug fixes now, like falling through the floor. Yeah, I'm kind of feeling the same way. I think naturally and understandably, like, I get it completely, people are going to push back against this because of how we have had it all this time. For so long. With respawns, with the Nurser, it has been super easy, and people will miss that because of how they've been using it, understandably, in the game, right? They especially the Nurser, you pack your Nurser outside of a bunker, you can just rinse repeat until you've taken them all out. Now, of course, to people running bunkers and wanting to get loot and complete the mission, that's great for them, but ultimately it creates really boring non-immersive, crappy gameplay. So it needs to go towards this death of a spaceman. But yeah, I think a lot of people aren't ready for that yet. But I think as well, it needs to happen not just for this year, with it being focused on getting things working, but I think primarily it's likely just for Squadron. Yo, Darkstar, how you doing? Then my armor should actually do something. Yes, absolutely. Already, I think armor does mitigate well based on the level you're using. Like during that mission, I got hit quite a few times. I only sustained a tier 3. I had heavy armor on, so naturally it should. But I think what we're going to see is when Maelstrom comes in, Starware comes in, that is going to make a lot more sense. It depends on, and it is actually tracked accurately now, where if you sustain lots of shots to the same limb, that's when you'll start getting the injuries. So it's not like, you're just a bullet sponge and after a certain while they'll randomly choose your arm or your leg. If you are getting shot multiple times in the arm, that will then become tier 3, tier 2 or whatever. So it is already pretty well tracked, but with Starware and Maelstrom, there's definitely a lot more that's going to make it accurate and more interesting. Tactical Jawa, how you doing? Welcome. Warper, welcome. You wonder if someone is already thinking about Medgel contraband. In what way? It's a single-player game, but it still uses the same systems. So, your med beds in Star Citizen, in Squadron, it's got nothing to do... Like, medical stuff doesn't necessarily have anything to do with the online or offline system. If they want to encourage people to play a certain way, right? And that's the same for Squadron. They don't want... It's not a COD game where, you crank it up to the maximum difficulty and you just try and push your way through and keep respawning. It's going to use the same sort of respawn method. And maybe it'll be more like checkpoints and being able to get through that way. So they'll definitely need this kind of thing for Squadron, but of course it will be slightly different to what it is in the PU. With it resetting and checkpoints and so forth. So I think it's something they're pushing to try and get polished, ready for when Squadron comes out. Oh no, I'm not calling bunkers... In fact, I am calling bunkers boring, to be fair. I'm kind of bored of them. But I would much rather do the CZs or Hathor or something like that. They're good to rinse repeat, though, our bunkers. Especially for getting loot and money. Loot and money. Ralphin, welcome. I think it's really done what they wanted to do. Make you think about respawning. Yep. Bugs happen, and that's unfortunate, but when's the last time anyone cared about backspacing? Well, that's true. I think still having that option, I think right now without the loss of anything, your character, and getting your inventory and stuff back, backspace is still an option for those who are really desperate and annoyed at falling through a planet and whatnot. I mean, we need to do it anyway. But yeah, I think it's... I do think it's the right time. I don't think there's ever going to technically be a right time for those who feel like it's the wrong time. It's always going to feel like it's a dodgy place because... Well, unless they can get these bugs fixed. Hopefully that can push it. Hopefully that can push to get those fixed up as much as possible. What was the reason they removed the medical beacons? They didn't. They bugged out. They've been broken for a while. There's multiple bugs for the beacons, and they are doing their best, they say, to try and get them working for 431. I haven't tested them though. And if they can get them working for 431, it'll just be beacons as they were. There is no improvements to them. There's no updates. It is just as they were, and then they will further build on it as well. But yeah, they are trying to bring them back for 431, because it would be a bummer if they don't work. The more involved bunkers. I'm not a big fan of those, to be honest. You mean the ones with all the defending from waves of spawners? I just get a bit sort of bored of being underground, I think, and the same layouts being all rinse repeat. I like the open air of like Hathor and all the different buildings. Although saying that, it looks like they're getting some med beds and some more bunkers in an upcoming patch. I think we have med beds in them now, so there might be some more missions coming along to them. Yeah, they're the med rooms, APOC. You'll try not to shoot Nexus. I don't mind that, Binks. It's fine. Yeah, they will, Quantum. Absolutely. But that's the point, isn't it, of an alpha, is to keep pushing this stuff and testing it. About medical gel contraband. I don't know. Pirates getting a load of medical gel and selling it to their players or stations. I think, just like anything in-game, you're going to be able to buy and craft it. It's not just going to be, you know, medical centers are the only place you can get your goo from. I'm pretty sure we'll be able to craft it and sell it and trade it and whatnot. If I ran out of medical gel, then you could still respawn, but with random oh, sorry, I see. No, I think it is important that there are absolute restrictions to being able to respawn where you just can't, based on various factors. I think that's a very important part of it, and there is more. It's not about making it unfun or annoying or difficult. It is about the intention behind how we are supposed to approach Star Citizen as a game. Which again, when they outlined it years ago, it was like, yes, why don't more games do this? But of course, we are talking about a real polarizing thing here, where a lot of people just enjoy the fun of something like a Battlefield and being able to respawn, whereas not everyone wants that sort of severity. And I get it completely, but Star Citizen is that, right? It's got the severity because they want an intention behind it, but not everyone's gonna like it, of course. Yo, White Lake, how you doing? So far, I'm really loving 431. I haven't really delved much into the medical stuff because it sounds weird because of how impactful medical is, but it's a side thing. It's what happens while you're doing stuff, right? You're already playing the game, you're already doing whatever. When you get injured, when you get killed, that's when the medical stuff comes into it. And if you're not even using these beds, like medical beds in ships already, then you're not really going to notice too much because you'll just respawn back where you were anyway. But for me, the dropship stuff is so much fun. I mean, this time on the video, it didn't work too well because one of them, well, they both didn't open after a long while. I managed to shoot one door open. They're all just inside their, deployment rooms. And then on the other one, they finally opened up. But AI seemed to be a lot more responsive and a lot more interesting and deadly. And these dropships are cool. Like, when you consider the first dropships we had were 4 people sat in a Cutlass. Not really formidable. And I suppose it makes sense that at the places where they were deploying, they're not that big. So if you were to deploy 20 people at these small outposts, these derelict outposts, it would seem a little overkill. But having 2 Valkyries coming in, and they shot my ship, by the way, when they first came in. And if you noticed, APOC, I don't know if you've seen the video, but they did actually move slightly vertical. I didn't see them when they first immediately dropped in, but when I noticed one coming down, the other one moved vertically first before they came down. So there is a little bit of a flight spline, but I don't think it's much. And then they come down, they shoot your ship, which is good. They should, it encourages us to take care. And then they land and they're supposed to deploy immediately and come on out and fight. And, we're talking 10 to 20 more NPCs being deployed. Yo, Low Deck, Christian, welcome, guys. 07, thank you, sir. Grim, how you doing? Nice to see you. Can I cover you in medical goo? In your goo, so I can respawn. I don't know, will it work? I don't know where to go with that one. I don't think it should be from dead bodies. I think it is more going to be things like Degnus root, actual stuff. I mean, you never know, though. I guess I was the one to solve one of the new puzzles everyone was stuck on in 431. The lead dev on it had to say I was spamming the solution. What was this for? Is this for the new place, the new ASD Onyx facilities, part 3 or something? Yo, Tiberius, how you doing? Yeah, fair enough, Epoch. But yeah, it was. I noticed one moving across horizontally, but not for very long, and they didn't fly in from a long distance, which I don't know if they're intended to, or if that's what's causing problems. Selb Demon, welcome. 07. Oh, me too, White Lake, can't wait. Volteca, welcome. Ships seem to go straight to live instead of... Yeah, I'm not a fan of that. I think they need to get it into the BTU so that it can be tested. You were defending the exact hangers yesterday with 7 cards on you, and the same dude kept respawning in a Pisces. After I killed him for the 5th time, I had to leave from the many injuries. Yeah, exactly. That is not the intention of Star Citizen. As much as it's great for him to have to keep, to keep having the option to respawn, we don't want, we don't want waves and waves of people just constantly fighting each other. There needs to be some break, right? There needs to be a reason why you're not just going to go running over that wall, blindly running in and shooting, to then go and do it again, to then go and do it again. These stalemates will make sort of ground warfare or combined arms warfare, when you're fighting over points of interest planetside, so much more interesting. If there is a limited number until everyone can get reinforcements in, it has to happen, because it just makes it so much better. When the Guardian will be viable, the MX should be 431. They did say that with their last push of ships that weren't available in game to become available in game, they said they going forwards they're gonna do their best to push them out at a more reasonable speed of release. So yeah, it should be either 431 or maybe the one after. Yeah, CitizenCon. Oh man, everything's on my wish list, Mouse. How you doing? For me, there is so much that I want to see that it would just be an exhaustive list. And I think whatever we do see, I'll be fine with. It's not going to be as hyped as last year or the year before, but I'm excited to see where this year will end with what they're planning to roll out. And yeah, going into next year, if they can continue for the last however many months polishing, well, not necessarily polishing, but just fixing things, quality of life, making it more playable and less problematic, then by the end of the year with medical, hopefully things like the signature system, maybe hacking, maybe not, I don't know. That kind of stuff would be just a nice place to put us, ready for next year. Are you not playing just yet then? Oh, I called you Mouse. It's famous. I mean, there's nothing wrong with sitting on the sidelines and wait. I'm just going to launch in, guys. There's nothing wrong with sitting on the sidelines and waiting until the game is at a point where you're happy to delve in. And I can guarantee, no matter at what point you jump in, well, maybe 1.0 being the exception here, you will find times that it's great, times that it's annoying, times that you regret jumping in, times that you'd wish you'd jumped in earlier. It's just the way it goes. But I am having an absolute blast this year, massively with my org, more so than anything else. So I do suggest, taking the plunge and trying it. But at the same time, there's still a bunch of annoying things going on. Yeah, taking breaks is a lifesaver and a game saver. There's times that I even feel, not that I would ever feel like actually do it, but I'm never playing that again kind of mindset. Not that I'd ever be there, but there are times when I'm like, oh my god, I just cannot think about Star Citizen right now because it is so annoying with, an experience that I have. And literally it could be the next day I'm like, all right, I'm back on it again. But there's so many people that don't play, and they just hang out in chat. They follow development. They hang out with us, and there's no wrong or right way to be a Star Citizen fan, backer, whatever. You just do what you need to do. When the time is right, you will take the plunge, and hopefully you'll enjoy it. Hopefully you don't. I mean, hopefully you don't have too much of a bad time. Yeah, we're off grid stuff. Oh yeah, not. I mean, you're more than welcome to fly around, but we're doing more like group off grid. If we bump into people, then of course we bump into people. There's nothing wrong with that. followed the game for years before you made
Good
an
morning,
account.
Arthur.
Good morning. Now people poop on your registration date on Spectrum. Now people, what do you mean, Shulk? Now people poop on it. In what way? Are you hearing me?
Loud and clear.
Oh, lovely. Hello, Apoc. How you doing, mate? Just coming in, I see. Fuchsia, Academy, Crisp. Welcome, guys. Are we all well? Dad's welcome. Oh, yeah, that Corsair style ship. I'm really intrigued by that. I love that style of asymmetry. Oh, I'm naked. Oh, what the heck are you doing? You're a Good job.
Gotta sort out all our loot.
Oh, fair enough. I'll leave you to it. I'm just going to get dressed. Doctor, welcome. Dementia, welcome. And Mithras, thank you so much for the cheer. He's running around like a maniac out there. Flipping maniac. It's a shame we can't combine clothes and armor yet. That would be nice. What is it we have to combine? What are you doing, Deacon?
Got stuck inside the ship.
Good job. Filthier, welcome. You haven't played in a while. When was the last time you played? Let's start there. Nikoni, how you doing? Welcome. Dementia, welcome. Thank you so much. You always, yeah, a lot of people say that. Oh, bless you. Everyone thinks I'm an old man. Everybody. It's because I sound so wise, clearly. Oh, I went to get my eye tested, by the way. Everything's fine. It's just a visual oral migraine. Apparently it's got nothing to do with headaches and so forth. Not necessarily anyway. It can be, but it doesn't always. Hello, Apoc. Oh, could you bring my helmet, Tony? I think it's in the right-hand locker. Oh, actually, forget it. I think my backpack's in there too. I'll come and get it. But yeah, I had my first eye test in flipping decades.
Don't take off yet.
Oh, hang on, Apoc. I don't think Tony was ready to take off yet. Yeah, there it is. Yeah, first eye test in God knows how long.
Sorting out loot.
And it's changed. It's changed a lot.
So the backpack you're keeping?
Yeah, I've got the backpack on. Why, what's up?
Alright. Well, anything else we need to store?
Oh, yeah, probably. Hang on. So the Dollarvine... Are we storing to sell or storing to keep?
Storing to sell.
Okay. So the pub and the custodian. Yeah, the Dollarvine, the pub, the custodian. Let me grab this and I'll throw it in. Yeah, so basically I went through these tests. The guy actually said if I had spoken to him instead of being referred to him by some eye specialist, he would have said it's fine, don't bother coming in. Because what they had to do was put these eye drops in my eye, which dilated my pupils so that they could have a proper look inside, and it was awful. Okay. 20/20 vision is fine, but it was god awful because
all good?
It let in. Yeah, I think I've moved everything. Where's my helmet? Did you pick it up?
Yeah, that rare helmet, yeah.
No, the helmet. Oh, hang on. Ah, there it is. Never mind.
Yeah, there you go.
It was awful because, your eyes are dilated. More light comes in. I could not see. We're in a place called Driftfield because that was apparently the closest Specsavers that we had, which isn't true. And I was just like, I went outside after finishing, waiting for Rachel and Summer to come along, asked them to pick up my sunglasses from the car because I could not see. I have really sensitive eyes in the sense of they'll water over nothing. But thankfully, everything is fine. Sweetheart, welcome. It is quite normal. He said it could be triggered from your diet, your exercise, stress, So I think all above. tick them all. Something's triggered it. And if it happens again, to keep a diary and to try and figure out what the... you know, try and look for patterns to see what it is. Yeah, but that's a bug bullshit. The that clothing and armor thing is a bug. It's not starware. How dare you, Nexus? How dare you? Cute and young. You heard them. He's tackling the problems head first. Yeah, that was funny. People mock me for having a 2023 registration date, but theirs is often older. It's like, haha, look at this. I don't think they're the sort of people you want to hang around with. Ignore them. Doesn't matter when you join. You're one of us. Exclamation cult! Fuck, maybe it doesn't work on YouTube. LSD for the eyeballs. Yeah, it was like, technically we don't need it. Like he didn't think we needed all these tests, and it was like, are you okay with me using these drops then? And I was like, well, if I have a choice, no, but I'm happy for it to be, you know, to get done. But there's a machine now that, like last time I went, I was a child, right? And you would sit there, they'd cover your eye, you would read off the thing, change the lenses, and that's all you would do. This time they have a machine which scans your full eyeball. There is a machine that puffs little air into your eye, which is annoying as hell, because you never know when it's coming, and every time it does, you're like... And it's awful. Again, my eyes water, so they're like, don't blink for now. And I can't not blink. Are you serious? Yeah, so... Not fun. And, you know, your eyes water, your nose runs. That, for some reason, is just a normality for me. Oh, it could have been an allergic reaction. That's true, Burn. Welcome, by the way. Thing is, though, I woke up, had a coffee, went for a poo, was reading and talking to APOC on Discord, and the word under the word that I was looking at would be blurred, and then it became this line, then it became a big C, and then it started sparkling like fairy lights. So it was kind of worrying. And I think they were concerned that it was something very potentially dangerous that could lead to blindness, or something that just happens due to a lot of different reasons. So, glad to have got it done. You had laser surgery at 16 years old, because your eyesight was decreasing playing catch-up. How you doing, mate? How is your eyesight now, then? Yes, it is quite normal. Did you actually... bedlog Super on a landing pad by any chance, somewhere like Astor's or somewhere where other ships may potentially land? Vega, how you doing? This is the ES. Sora, welcome. That is the link to IMPOUND. Anyone buying anything from there, it is much appreciated. Using the link anyway. Yeah, for the pressure, Mithras. Yeah, annoyingly. Which thankfully turned out all right. When I came in after doing the second puff, you know, after getting my eyes dilated, I got in there and they said, oh, well, they didn't actually print off. I don't have the print off, so we'll have to go and do that again. And I was like, ugh. But then they came in and they just hadn't brought it in with the clipboard. I wasn't literally like, ugh. I'm not like some teenager who just doesn't like life. I repress that. And I keep it to myself, and I'm just all polite and like, okay, yeah. Quantum drive is now on. What's that about Kool-Aid? You what, Nexus? Not Nexus, Mighty. Oh yeah, the bright light. Flipping heck. It's like, you're just going to see a bright light. It's like, all right, I'm blind. I'm blind. Nemathon, welcome. You tried a delivery mission with your Sulin today after a long break. Everything went smoothly, cleanly, and quickly. Was I... No, things are definitely much more improved, mate. There's still things that can go wrong, but yeah, very good. Sure thing, Canuck. You have a good one, mate. Catch you next time. I think the size increase is likely just due to metrics for the Apollos, but yeah, it sounds like it's going to be in a Connie size. Ah, we got a good old Mustang.
Yeah, there's a little Mustang down.
So, Oh, do you mean bed spot? Yeah, each bed has its own amount of gel that can be used. Whereabouts? Oh, don't tell me. What is that? I can't recognize that ship. Is it an 85X?
Either an 85 or a 300 with the top chopped off.
Yeah. Looks a bit stubby, doesn't it? Yo, G-Win, how you doing? Did you want to see my G-Win? Is that what you're asking? Thank you for the follow. Yeah, thank you, follows. You got an intraocular lens installed. Oh, no, you're right. It's a 300. They turn on the water streams directly in the eye while they do the procedure. Oh, yeah, that sounds awful. Yo, Ruby, how you doing? You was outside Astor's clearing the woods. The only reason why I ask is I think if someone lands in the exact place that you're at, or there's a ship exactly where you logged out and you tried to log in, then chances are your ship will not be able to spawn. Are we in an armistice?
We are.
Yes.
Okay, that explains it.
My brain will not let me go from one place to another without carrying cargo, so we're going to ferry some food to an outpost in Pyro.
I like it. It's kind of immersive too. Okay. Oh, where are we buying it from? Over there. Sorry. I'm in a daydream.
Yeah, just over there. The building to the left with the orange lights on top of it.
To the right. This one over here. The other left. That was quite funny actually during the eye test. He said he was looking in my eye and he said if you could just look to the top right hand side, and I mean I don't know how it is for you, it might be reversed, but I went and literally looked to my top left and just sort of sat there looking, and he just went over there. I was like, oh, okay, sorry. It's like, for God's sake, so embarrassing. You say it was food we're buying, APOC? Oh, is it fresh food? Or... yeah, it must be. Do you read, APOC? APOC, come in. Yeah.
Yes, fresh food, sorry.
Oh, that's alright. As long as VoIP's working, that's good. Alright, I'll get as much as we can, yeah? Kaiser, how you doing? You have the same stuff. How often does it happen for you?
Yeah. It's kind of expensive, so we're probably not going to be able to fill up. Just get the biggest boxes you can, and as many of them as you can get.
Okay. That's probably better, isn't it? We'll make more profit that way. We'll get 3 size 4s rather than just 1 size 8. That way, at least we'll make a bit more cash. Yo, Cletus! Hang on, I'll get to you in a sec if I can figure this airlock out. You've taken a while off the game, maybe 8 or 9 months. How has the game been as of lately? So, definitely a lot less bugs, a lot more playable, a lot more stable, performance is much better. Things work a lot smoother. But there are still bugs. There are still problems. There are still systems that are being refactored that, you know, cause problems now. But it is definitely a lot more playable than it has ever been. And hopefully they continue to do that this year, which is their intention this year, in fact. That's just a rock, I think.
Many of them as you can get.
I managed to get 3 size 4s rather than just 1 size 8. I figured that's going to give us a bit of a better turnaround.
Sounds good.
Interitus, how you doing? a bit windy out here.
Just a little.
Who's getting these supplies then? Well, I don't know if we should start mentioning that on stream, to be fair. Nice to run food to people in need, though.
The CFP will get the supplies.
Ah, lovely, yeah. We'll leave it at that. Takes 3 or 4. Yeah, same. Takes. I think it was more like 4 or 5 for me. But apparently, from what I heard, it automatically does it once your eyes open. Like if you blink, it won't poof. From what I understand. Yeah, only on the PU today, not doing PTU. I don't know for that this morning. Needed some food instead of coffee. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, maybe if I ate something instead. The servers and bugs are so less nowadays that for me, a vet player from 2014, it is the first time in years that I have to wait in traffic before getting a hanger to assign. It's so funny how for years it wouldn't be you stopping and turning the game off or logging out. It would be game crashes, 30k, something happens, a bug or whatever, that you just Alt F4 or quit. And then, you know, somewhat recently, it started getting to the point where you keep playing, nothing happens. And then it's like, I need to log out because I need to go to bed. But you don't want to. And it's usually the game would be cut short for me, and that would be my indication as to when I need to stop playing. But now it's just things keep going. I personally think the TOBII tracker is worth it. Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, it is pricey. So it's definitely, if you're going to get it, either, you know, if you don't want to buy it outright, save up for it. Definitely wait for a sale. There is a sale now, but even if you don't get it this time, there will be more. It works for so many of the games as well. It doesn't have to just be Star Citizen, but it's a game changer for me. And from everyone that I've spoken to, they all say the same thing. You need glasses to see clearly before laser eye surgery. Now, as I'm in my mid-40s, it's getting around 20/30 in one eye and 20/40 in another, so I need to get slight correction. Okay. Well, to be fair, the only actual, aside from the 3D scan, the puff of air, he literally went, can you read the top line? Read the top line. Can you read the middle line? Read the middle line. He goes, yeah, 20/20 vision. I was like, so when I went before, what were they doing? And I remember going with Mum and my brother when we were kids. And it used to crack us up. Because he would always say, which one is better, number 1 or number 2? Like he was a game show host. And he said it the same way every single time. And even when you're in the waiting room and you hear him talking to either Mum, Adam, or someone else, you know, a random stranger, you would hear it and we would be chuckling. And I remember once we told Mum about it, and we heard her in the you know, being asked, and she cracked up and couldn't stop laughing. And the guy wouldn't have a clue why she was laughing. It would not be Star Citizen without any bugs. Yeah, can you imagine the day if we get to the point where there's no bugs? It would feel awful. Yo, Johnny. Can our friends make it to Pyro? Oh, we got a Pyro? Of course we are, aren't we? Dum, dum, dum. There is less bugs since the setup of the server meshing earlier this year. Yeah, I mean, server meshing came in and destroyed everything. Not quite as bad as it was when we switched over to the database with 3.18. But it broke everything again. And then it took a while before them to sort of bring it back round again. But it really helps with performance. Server frame tick rate is just, you know, barely drops anymore. I mean, it does, but not to what it used to. And it's just, the flow is so much better. It's also nice having this recent addition where you spawn immediately for the first initial spawn in your hangar, because it just gets you straight into to playing or in your hangar, which I make into my own home. So that's nice. Yeah, outpost beds. That will be kind of fun. At the end of the day, when we're able to log out without a bed, that will open up a lot of opportunities. I'm hoping that's something that they can get in sooner than later, but I feel like there's a lot they need to address there. Richard, how you doing? You heard the puffs in the eye, and that's enough for me to know exactly what's behind. Right. That's the first time. No one ever told me about those. Rachel has had an eye test between, you know, I think she's had maybe 1 or 2 since we've met, which was about 17 years ago. Obviously, Summer, our daughter, 3-year-old, she's going to need to get into a regular eye test. So I've just never bothered. And it's like my eyes are fine, aside from the Aurora. Wooty, how you doing? Watching some of the different loops that you play, how many different accounts do you have? Well, right now I have 5 accounts. My main, my Twitch off-grid, which is Arthur Cam, my YouTube off-grid, which is Arirath. They're all just anagrams of my own name, by the way. I have a private one, which is just, you know, for when I'm wanting to just mess around on my own. And then I have another one that was supposed to be the org bank as a way of sending all cash to them, but it became more of a hassle than anything. So I end up not really using that. So I might convert that into a random account and for whatever, I don't know yet. But mostly it's either my main account that I use with my org or my off-grid for YouTube, or like we're doing now with our group off-grid stuff. Random question, Vegna, how you doing? On the Hornet Mark II, how do you put a single big cannon on the top? You need the central turret or mount. So you need to buy the central mount and swap out the actual ball turret that you have there, or you know, vice versa, whichever one you're looking for. Thank you, Gene. Yesterday, all my decorations in my medium hangar vanished. Now, even on my starter planet, I have to ask for that. Yeah, that's because that's not your hangar. Basically, what's happened is your hangar has been as bricked. So what you're getting when you request a hangar is not your hangar. Your hangar still exists somewhere. That happened to me at the start of this patch. And what I did, which was, you know, Deacon is the master of this, you need to take whatever ship that's the site, whatever your biggest ship is, fly to another planet, log out there, exit the game, come back in again, fly back and request your hangar, and hopefully it'll give you it back. Mine, thankfully, came back after a hotfix patch dropped, and I flew back down to my hangar to get my biggest ship, being the Reclaimer, to then intending to fly that away. Once I landed and came out of the hangar that I got allocated for my small ship that I'd used to get down there, and then spawned my Reclaimer, it actually brought back my main account. So I actually got it back, thankfully, and all the decorations. It's a pain in the ass, unfortunately. Overshoot, how you doing? Welcome. Derek, welcome. Darth Copian, how you doing? Yeah, nothing is as bad as 318. Oh, we don't talk about 318. Yeah, so even now, when we have 30k errors, it pops up with server error, and chances are it'll recover. It might take a little time, but it'll recover. So 30ks are a thing of the past. They still happen, but far less than they used to, and they're not as detrimental anymore either. G-Sharp, welcome. Yeah, all the edges, Academy, are getting a little bit softer, a bit more polished, exactly. You have to have an eye test for your driver's license a couple of years ago, when I finally broke down to, and got it after years of resisting. Still 2020 some. It's so funny as it's like, oh, I don't want to, and then you go and it's never really as bad as it seems, but I didn't like this one when they put those drops in. I've never put any drops in my eyes ever, for no other reason than I just don't like it. My eyes water at the best of times. So when they're doing it, and he'd already said, if it was up to me, I wouldn't have brought you in for this. Part of me was just hoping that we could get away with it. Where did you go? All those med pens.
Just had a bit of a drink.
Oh, fair enough. Yeah, best of luck, Gene. Sometimes it can just come back randomly. Or not randomly, there's probably a pattern that you go through that creates the fix, but it's a bit of a workaround.
It's cool that, huh?
Oh, what, flying through?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
That's gonna be nice to fly behind and that.
Pew, pew, pew! almost overtaken him. We're coming in faster. We're going to bounce off. Seem to be following. Never mind. Yeah, welcome to maturing gracefully. I wasn't resisting the eye test. I was resisting having a driver's license because I grew up in a city where it isn't needed. Oh, fair enough. You still have two. The one that I spawn in and the one that I get a ship or elevate. Oh, do you? Right, I see. And you got stuff in both of them. Oh, that's cool. Yo, Taron, how you doing? Yeah, thank you. May the verse be kind. So far, so good. How are you doing today? Do you know, it's funny, there's some really cool ship designs coming in from No Man's Sky, and then so many others that I'm like, I'm so glad I'm not playing that. Decisions were made. Oh boy! I saw the Firefly. That was a really good-looking one. But then I also saw Thomas the Tank Engine. So, you know, you win some, you lose some. Waiting to see if that poo comes out. Polaris. I don't know why people call it the poo. Yeah, it was a very well designed Firefly ship in No Man's Sky as well. That was for you, Gene. Not Eugene. It's for you, Gene. I love coming through to Pyro. Just the ambience of it. It's such a contrast. I mean, obviously it's intentional with compared to Stanton, but it just feels so daunting and close. What kind of desk chair do I run? I use the Flexi Spot. Oh, I can't remember now. It's nice. It's definitely sorted out my lower back, which I had problems when I had my DX Racer. The minute I got this, well, not the minute, but shortly after using this for a while, my lower back got fixed. And it's a very comfortable, doesn't get too hot. It's one of the Flexi Spot ones, which was sent as a promotional thing. But I think it was about 350, something like that. I would love to try a Herman Miller, aside from sitting in one in, what do you call it? One of the shopping centres. But from what I understand, there are good options outside of that, because they are just crazy priced. What are you looking at so far, King Lear? If anyone's got any other options for chairs, do let King Lear know. The Polaris is a cop-out ship from CIG to placate the PvP org's constant crying about having no ships for their tomfoolery. What? I've never heard it referred to like that, and I definitely disagree. No, it's a great ship, it's the Polaris, and I can't wait to see the person. What I'm looking forward to, that I keep thinking about, is when Nyx comes along, and we have Vanduul raids, having the Idris, the Perseus, the Polaris, the Hammerhead. How much was that, mate?
3.5K, same as usual.
And all these... Numlocks off, that'll be white. Types of ship just patrolling the Vanduul front. What sensor, thank you. Where we are fending them off. The mount for your cannon. Hey, Pock, where would you get a mount for the Mark II Is it? I think it's size 5. Is it, Vegna? For the cannon, would it be like Centimass, or is it
the big size 5 gimbal mount?
Yeah, I believe so.
I
Paladin,
believe
cool
Dumpers in Area 18 has it. I'll double check on the way there.
Oh, nice one, thank you. Thinking Dumpers, but he'll have a look, see where it says. I don't know where we are actually, Skylight. I just joined the party, so yeah, I can't possibly say. But you know, anytime if you're in, we bump into each other, of course. But obviously, we're not intentionally doing like group stuff. But why am I recording again? I must have a keybind. It's going to cost me a lot of space, is that? Randomly recording a stream. You were thinking of melting your Galaxy and Asgard and grabbing the Perseus from the buybacks. I just can't justify the 2 for 1. Well, that's, I mean, how often are you going to use the Perseus versus the Asgard right now versus maybe the Galaxy when that... The Galaxy is a bit far off. Of course, obviously, the Perseus needs to come first. I don't know, I think you get... Is it the Karak you get for the Galaxy? Would you use that right now? On your account in the Star Citizen website in the hangar page, it says that you have a aero view hangar. So if you park on a station that's not aero view, it's another corpse. So I saw that. So what they did, so you know, originally with each pledge you get something like the self-land, the aero view, and so on and so forth. Then when they started designing these hangars or redoing them, they brought them into specific landing zones to suit the aesthetic of that landing zone. For example, Lorville always gets self-land. Crusader will get the Revel and York. But what will happen is when they bring in hangars that you can purchase and rent and so on, you will have an option of pretty much all of those different brands, and maybe even more when the time comes, that you can choose which one to buy or rent based on how much each one costs. And regardless of where your home landing hangar is, you'll be given the one that is account bound, or the best based on your account, or all of them. I don't know, depending if you have all the ships and so forth. But yeah, that was just more of we're just bringing in the different styles that are only specific to different landing zones, but eventually they will be shared. Off twice, how you doing? Yeah, I won't ever get a gaming chair again. Ergonomic chairs are the ones that I will go to. You've got the Herman Miller Embody. Best purchase you made. Very nice. The Atlas headdress. I've never heard of that. Yo, Fate, how you doing? Welcome. You love the medical slime changes. I think it's starting to change this into a game more than a playground. Yeah, I absolutely feel like this year it is starting to feel more like what Star Citizen... Even without the medical stuff. Star Citizen this year, for me, with all the org stuff and just, you know, expanding on the narrative and the storylines and the locations, it's starting to feel a lot more like the Star Citizen that I've always considered it to be. It's still quite a way off with a lot of systems missing, a lot of systemic, you know, tech missing. But I'm starting to feel that vibe of what Star Citizen was meant to be. And this whole medical stuff, so grateful it's coming in. When they released the Nurser, my heart sank with the respawn thing. So I'm glad that they brought those restrictions in. Redcon, how you doing? Welcome. I hope they fixed the Polaris.
If you've got the right mount, it's available at Cousin Crow's on Orison.
Oh, okay. Thank you, sir. So Cousin Crow's is where you want to be going to get that mount, Vegna. If that's the right one that you're looking for, the size 5 mount, that should be the one. I mean, it's a nice trip out there, because Cousin Crow's is cool. Very cool. Oh, no, you haven't slept much and you're clocked in at work, Fate. Oh, nothing worse. Hopefully a bit of coffee will sort that out. So I hope they fix the Polaris despawning in space when you take another ship to the surface. Is it just the Polaris that does it? Because that's like that new tech, isn't it, where you'll... Not new tech, but you'll get a marker, technically, for...
It's not despawning.
What's happening? Is it just not giving the marker out?
The marker vanishes.
Oh, okay. Yeah, so that's...
You can fix it by Alt F4ing and coming back in again. The marker will come back.
Oh, okay, so forcing a crash and then, yeah, bringing it back in. It might sound a little extreme, but yeah, what's happening? So they brought in this thing where...
Amazing how many fixes there are for with Alt
Yeah.
F4.
Just these workarounds. What you need to do is, when they brought in this change, it was the marker should persist. The ship isn't disappearing, it's just the marker is. So what you need to do is, yeah, Alt F4. You did. The ship was gone. So you did an Alt F4, spawned back in again, and it was gone. Oh. Have you checked the issue council for that? It said a buddy had a ship next to it. Check the issue council and see if other people are
That would be
reporting
news
it.
to me. I go back to it at least 2 or 3 times a week.
Yeah, like I can understand it being the bug with the marker because of the new, the tech not working properly. But interesting. I forgot to buy soy sauce. Never mind. That's my reminder. Expand the hangar brand type to orbital. Welcome, Eric, to orbital stations. It'll be nice when we do get the option to buy what we want and expand the hangar itself. Adding rooms and areas. That'll be so nice. But then also, we're expecting to get these habs in landing zones as well. Yo, Alt, how you doing? Welcome.
Bring back Revel and York hangars.
Have they gone completely then?
Yeah, they haven't been a thing. Same as the VFG Industrial. They haven't been a thing since the hangar module died.
I would love to... was it the Aero View that had the little office that overlooked everything? Or was that Revel and York?
So all of them had some form of ATC/office area.
Right. Because I remember decorating one of them to hell with posters and all sorts of stuff.
Southland basically just had like a catwalk that went around the top of it.
Yeah, no
There
office.
wasn't really much else there. Aeroview had like a little business office with like a window and like a raised walkway that went around the sides of the hangar.
Yeah, I think that's what I'm thinking of. I used to love that.
Revel and York had the really high up, like it was a whole luxury lounge on like the upper floor above the hangar.
I don't think I even had that at the time. I couldn't afford those ships.
And then VFG Industrial was the asteroid base kind of one that had like a little pirate lounge at the top.
Yeah, with all bits broken inside. That was a cool one.
Yeah.
No, I like that one. It'll be nice when we get like additions like armories and gun ranges and sleeping quarters and so on and so forth. That'll be nice.
Quantum drive is now off.
Off. Quantum drive is now off.
Say hello to the fart ball.
Yeah, where is this? This one that makes the ship green. Yep.
Yeah, very green.
Flipping it.
Quantum drive is now
Quantum drive is now off.
Speaking of things we miss, I miss the old landing guiding system. That whole 3D animation thing they had.
Well, with the AR thing.
is now on.
Yeah, kind of like the thing we get on the Polaris and the Idris.
Yeah.
That kind of guided you in.
Yeah.
I miss that.
I mean, I'm assuming at some point we're going to see the whole landing AR UI or what, because they've been talking about that for a long while, where it kind of shows you in an AR mode where you are relative to your hangar. Not that we need it, mind. Yo, Vilcrin, how you doing? Yeah, there was. I mean, it wasn't like it wasn't
The only
the
thing I didn't
high-end
like about
one. It was
those,
the other one, the industrial
hangar
one. For
entry
me.
splines was it happened at the same time as hover mode.
Right, so it made it just worse.
I'll tell you what, trying to fly a big ship through those splines with hover mode was pain.
It'll be nice when we get the full-on aerodynamic stuff. Looking at that video where the Gladius just cruises, that whole experience is going to be so much nicer compared to what we have now, anyway. Although saying that, the behaviours are kind of there. They feel somewhat accurate in a lot of areas, like the Pisces, but it's plenty more to come, I think. Yeah, the org stuff, absolutely. The whole party system update and org stuff update is going to be a game changer for what we do. Have they taken auto land out then completely? Oh, what?
I think it's a customer style.
Auto land still works.
You just hold N, do you?
Yeah, you have to get basically over top of the pad and then hold N, and it'll do the thing.
Oh, okay. Yeah, it's still in there.
You just
with
have to be
Autoland.
careful on longer ships that can't turn around fully in the hangar because they can get stuck trying to turn around.
Nice. Yeah, landing, like, proper lighting, that'll be useful.
Docking unavailable.
Green Spot, thank you for the follow. How you doing?
Gear deployed.
Also, another thing you found super useful, logging out of the game while lying on the bed in a ship. I'll respawn to the closest at the last station you were in. I wonder why you're re-logging there. That's strange.
Take off.
Yeah, I tend to auto-dock if I use a ship that has that, which is very rare. Oh, Nicholas. Retract the hull C while doing... Yeah, the hull C. No end of problems with that thing. Alright. Does that need lowering or bringing up? Or is it good?
Looks like it's up already.
Oh, okay.
Also, we probably need to remake party because I only have markers for Arthur. I don't have one for Tony.
Radio?
Yes,
Oh, I have both of you guys. Watch out, coming out. Hello, has that worked? Do I need to reset party VoIP? Oh, now I'm not seeing Apox. Oh, there it is. Okay, that explains it.
Alright, go ahead and send that down.
Don't forget to hook up. Don't forget to hook into party voice. Thank you for the follow, King Lear. Appreciate that, sir.
Testing 1, 2, 3.
Yeah, I hear you. Is that a party?
Yes.
Where do we sell it then? In this? I'm lost.
There's a building down in the actual outpost down below.
Oh, I know where we are. All right, yeah, we'll fly down there then. Oh, I love this place. Oh, it's breathable atmosphere as well, isn't it?
Yeah.
Nighttime though.
Take off.
I just can't wait for engineering. Doing this whole like off-grid group stuff with engineering is going to be so cool. Like sorting out our ship, planning its different presets, fixing things. Peanut, how you doing? So far, we've done no scavenging.
Check out that Cutlass back.
Yes, good idea.
Yeah, somebody's parked a Cutlass where I was going to park.
Was that here when we came down? Or is that newly parked? Oh, is this the one that was here when we arrived? Yeah, we're just doing a quick haul while we made our way through to Pyro. So we're just cashing in on the trip, paying for the fuel and whatnot. Although we should make it a pretty decent amount, I would think. Alright, are we bailing? Alright, we're out. We're out, APOC. Is this the building to the left?
Yeah, it should be.
Okay.
Send the bees on this, baby.
Ooh, nice. This is the areas that I tend to fall through, these kinds of buildings.
It's powered on. I'm powered on. I'm gonna scan it.
See?
It's
Yeah. Our whole fire is
still
on.
online. It is still on.
Copy. All sold. Maybe made about 20k there. Back away slowly, slowly. Nothing to see here. Alright, making our way back. Alright, we're on board. Very nice. Yeah, landing light. I remember when the Corsair first came out and they had that rear view exterior light. That is really nice. You say you want engineering until you have to plunge the Zeus, plunge the Zeus toilet after Apox had Taco Tuesday. Could you imagine? Could you imagine that level of immersion? Oh, be glorious. Just get some water, bottle of water. Yeah. It would be nice to get the new social tools this year. Yeah, I don't think we will, just purely because they have said that they want to get the transport refactor done first. Copy. They want to get the transport refactor first, which right now, from what they say in the monthly report, they're actually at parity with the original system. But they are continuing to develop it further, I guess, with improvements to what the current transit system is capable of. But once they've done that, then they will move on to the social system. Not to say that they're not working on the social system. It's just that's coming later, from what I understand. So I guess once we get the transport refactor, then we can expect updates on the social stuff. But in the meantime, we should be getting VoIP sort of hotfixed or converted to work with more than, 50 people. We may have to loot around here to find fuses and stuff.
We still have a few.
Oh, do we? A few fuse.
A few fuse.
Yo, shot there.
Complete. Engines are off.
Alright. We're near...
There should be fuses in the middle locker, I believe.
Nice one. We're near Shepherds, aren't we, a bit? Verpine, how you doing? What's the bets on if we get the bolt? No, I think it's
not Shepherds, no.
Oh, okay. We're not getting that until
Where's the salvage tool?
it's just on the rack.
Racks, I think.
Yeah, the I don't think we're going to get that chat until I think they're just going to save it for CitizenCon. But the trouble with the VoIP system is it's supposed to work. It's currently set up to work with 50 players before they converted it to server meshing. So hopefully they can get it done this year to get it converted to work with 600 or more or whatever. That would be a nice fix. Man, there's a lot of repairs here. Got repairs there. Replace fuses.
Oh yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Yeah.
2 fuses.
Yo, Ross, wake you up in the Arastrazin game. That's going to be a fun one to do with the org. I am looking forward to that. Shield, good afternoon. Oh, yeah, it's Monday, isn't it? Yeah, weekend was quite nice. We actually, when I went after my eye testing, we just went and got a Domino's pizza. It was like, screw it. Yo, Raz, how you doing? You would rather call it stinky than glorious. APOC, Taco Tuesday, they don't mix well. I love the look of that planet. Is that a planet or is that a moon?
Moon.
Nice.
That would be the planet. That's Pyro 5 out there.
Beautiful.
Oh.
Other way behind you. Lucas, thank you so much for the 37-month resub. How are you doing today? Beers and patty, please. That's no moon. You've been dying for that moment to come, haven't you? It's like, now's my opportunity. Kudos. Explorer, how you doing? Oh, it's all right. We've got plenty. We stocked up the other day after I just bought like 6. Oh, Phantom, it's supposed to work. They should print that on our... Yeah, absolutely. Oh, it's here. Okay. That's annoying. Should always power off first. Right. Don't want to be sticking them in when the power's on. Oh, it's fine. It's going to be interesting when these places get the engineering system as well. Which is the intention, you know, it's not just ships. Well, I'm all done. It's taking you so long.
Looking for the last pipe.
Is it?
2.
Oh. They're not on the inside up top, are they? Like, above you? Having to do this with our own homes as well will be so cool. What's my opinion on the whole series ships? And why they're not in game. Out of all the different ships in game, you'd think they'll be working on the D and the E. So, I think their intention was get the A, get the C. The C is the good middle ground for it being the, you know, the high or the biggest hauler we kind of have. I don't think the game was ready to support D and E at any point of, you know, time before the whole C came out. And get the A in. Sets that up, nice small hauler, good compact thing, very useful. And now they're working on the B, which over time we will see the D and the E come in, but it'll likely streamline the process a little bit with scaling it between them. So they are working on the B now, and maybe the game is at the point where it's ready for the bigger haulers. It might not be, to be fair. It might still need a bit more work before the economy can support that kind of size of hauling. But there, you know, we have the C to support large-scale hauling. There's no need to bring the D and the E out immediately. So I'm quite all right with them pushing it the way they've done it. And now that they're working on... Oh, you can see the moons there, look. There's the planet. There's the 2 moons. Oh, man. Living out here would be a beautiful night sky. Yeah, I mean, it's not as...
It's my favorite place in the game so far.
It is gorgeous, isn't it? It's not as straightforward as just sizing it up, because obviously things... Hi. Things do obviously scale in a different way than just making it bigger or stretching it. But it's just priorities, you know? The D and the E is such a big ship, it would require it would put a lot of stress on the economy, on hauling as a whole, that the game is just not quite ready to support that, or there's no need. It's already painful enough getting the whole C to work, especially with when you lose stuff. So getting something like a D or an E when you could lose just so much. Yeah, exactly. It's 98,000 SEU. Unread, welcome. Yeah, the whole D, the whole E, like all the Hull series. What I love about the Hull series is how they are the backbone of the economy. Like in the trade lanes, you are mostly going to see Hull series flying around, and it's going to be so cool seeing them. But there needs to be other things in support of that, and the bigger ships, like even the C included, are more for system-to-system hauling at scale. So the whole D, was it 20,000? Well, yeah, Dendra, absolutely. Base building, crafting. When you're doing something that requires an S-ton of commodities, and we have those external freight elevators as well, especially for things like space stations, that is going to come in handy a lot. Koala Beach, yeah. How you doing, Scare? Yo, QYV, how you doing? Thank you.
How many fuses do we have left? Do we know?
15 minus 6. What I'll do is next time we get somewhere where there's a place to buy them, I'll stock up on them.
All right.
Yeah, I think we've only got like 9. Have they talked about a feature for ships where you can jettison the cargo? Yeah, they do want that. I think engineering will enable that just by default, because you will essentially be able to open your cargo bay and then vent the atmosphere as such, and that will send it out. We put all them in there, but they need the functionality of ship atmosphere in game. In ships, sorry. Hey, Alex.
I think I landed on their crop field. Don't tell them.
Ooh, they'll be mad. All right, Tony, you getting some refreshments?
I'm restocking the kitchen, actually.
Oh, fair enough. I'll see you out there. Yes, I would think so. Having to demagnetize or switch off the what do you call it? I assume that will be something that is also required. Oh, is that a weapon down there? How far are we from sunrise? Because this place at sunrise will look beautiful. Welcome, by the way, Astro. I mean, you can already do it with the with Contanium in the what do you call it, the Prospector, but it's not.
Don't tell them. Probably a long way from sunrise, unfortunately.
It's all right. Flipping at these NPCs, blocking the door. See if there's another way in. But yeah, it's definitely something we'll be able to do. It's just a case of firstly engineering with that functionality, which will also likely bring the option, not necessarily straight away, but the option to switch off your grids. Because they'll need power, and that will be a way to disable it. Forget it. Are you able to get inside there?
Yep. Just keep pushing.
Excuse me, thank you. There we are. Yo, Vanduul, how you doing? Not on the herbs. Or the herbs, as you lot say in America. Sega Bomb, thank you. Appreciate that. Nobody ever tells me. Frossetti, welcome. The cabbages. Well, that's true. There are no bad sunrises or sunsets, are there? Camo Guy, welcome. What's going on here? Are we getting them in? Are we 30K'ing, do we think?
I think so.
My inventory might
No,
be
not a 30K.
a bit balked. Tractor beam 'em, Anuga. Welcome. Give it a go, but I don't think I can even... Oh, I don't even think I can drop one. Nah. It's more of an inventory issue than anything else. It'll probably right itself soon. I'll just give it a second. It'll get there. I don't even know if I can put it into my hands. Hang on, let's just step back a second. Okay, that's worked. Let me just see if that actually that might
Look at the
even...
shadow.
My shadow?
Go third person again.
What is that? What are you doing? Are you flashing your torch or something?
Mm-hmm. From upstairs. Through the window.
Yeah, I see you. Oh, blimey. Supposed to be working. There we are, that's
There
sorted.
you go.
Blimey, the rudeness. I'm an herb. How you doing, Suburban?
Been on a bad streak lately, but my luck's due to turn any day now.
Due to turn any day now. She's from Yorkshire. Alright, that's... Oh, we're almost getting an NPC there. Oh, dear. I know, she's off.
Aw, too bad she didn't go in.
Creepy. Right, we're down to 6 fuses now, so either 1 or 2 more missions, depending on how many they need fixing, but then we can go and buy some more.
Don't have any more missions spawned here right at this second, so I'm just gonna run over here to this outpost and you can buy some.
Okie dokie. Let me have a look. I might have. Oh no. Mine are all disappeared. The armor is orc armor, I think. I'll have a look once I... Well, let me have a look now.
Sent you 50K.
Me 50K. Okay. So it's orc, Mark 10 in
No
Arctic.
wrong.
No ships at all? Yeah, they don't know whether they want to be inside or outside. Are we good to open?
Yep, you're good.
Lovely, lovely. Right. If I can remember which way. Be interesting doing these dropship stuff as an org. They are so much fun seeing them come in, provided they actually get out of the what do you call it? Ship, of course. We could probably, from here, fly to different areas and see if we can scout any potential ships to scavenge from. I bet around places like this they might have a few dotted about. If I can
I
find
know
them.
a few places nearby.
Lovely jubbly. Ah, down
There's
here,
a
I think.
commodity terminal here. Oh, here. APOC.
Yes, there is.
Do you want us buying anything, or are we going to leave that for
We
now?
will not be buying anything from there just yet, though, until we're actually going somewhere.
Alright.
That stuff is way too valuable to just have sit.
Oh, fair enough. So, fuses. We've got some good amounts of cash here.
Run to the bathroom, be right back.
Alright. Let's get... Well, I don't know if we'll survive that long. So let's just get 20... let's get 24. As 6 seems to be a good number to divide it by with the types of missions we have. And what I'll also do is get... Oh, no, not a vehicle weapon. Oh, we have some empty ones of these. Which ones are the empty ones? Are these? One of them's empty, and one of them's full, and I can't remember which one's which. Because they're both the same price. I'm sure there was a way of being able to tell. Maybe not. Let's just get...
The only way to tell is to buy one.
Yeah, that's really annoying, isn't it? Let's get that one, and then we'll get... Well... Oh, I don't think I'll... Did I put it in my backpack? That's a full one. I want empty ones. I feel like empty ones just behave better. Because I've bought full ones before, and it didn't work, and then I ended up having to... buy an empty one anyway. There we are. Next chance we get, I'll... welcome back. Next chance I'll get, I'll equip it, and then we can just scrape some from our ships if we need them. And then we don't have to buy any of it. Oh, bless you, Explorer.
Last time I bought a full one, I had to equip it to the gun with the J menu in order to get it to work.
Yeah, it gets a bit fiddly, doesn't it? So I think I'll just stick to empty ones and just fill them up. That way we're not... I mean, it's a bit strange that the prices don't change regardless of whether they're full or empty.
In order to get it to work.
I love this place. These places are just so cool. Thank you, Slickshot. You don't have to save him, mate. By any means, it's all good. But I appreciate it. Yo, big Welshman, how you doing? All right, now it's my time to go for a piddle. Astro, how you doing? Yeah, that's true. Hospitals should start charging, really. That's a good point. I wonder at what point they'll bring that in, because it's a money sink. It's, you know, it's should be part of the economy as well to some degree. All right, 2 seconds. Yeah, I'm back. Tony?
Other?
I think we're quantuming, aren't we? It is a throne, Nalib. Absolutely. You're very right. Not that I've noticed, Flood. I haven't seen any of the old patches, of the old missions come back. I haven't seen any of the new missions come in yet for, you know, disabling dropships or, oh, what was it? Missions pick up on location. I haven't seen any of that. Yeah, Nalib. Group off grid. Flying around together. Thank you for the follow, by the way, Anuga. And going for a dump, I'm assuming. Thank you for the follow as well. Appropriately timed. Oh. Monstrous. How you doing today? We are traveling at speed. But yeah, it'd be interesting to see what this mission pickup on location is, or how used it is. Technically, it's just you're at a place. While you're there, a mission pops up for you to take on. A bit like what we have with proximity-based missions. Like if you are at, or you know, spawning at Obituary, then the maintenance missions will pop up for Bloom, and if you go to Checkmate, it'll pop up for Monarchs. But I think it's more detailed and more proximity-based to a smaller radius. So if you are at an outpost, a mission might pop up there for you to go and do something. The difference being, I don't know what the missions are, how varied they are, whether they're all combat or whether they're all maintenance or whether they're a mixture. So it'll be very interesting to see what they offer. That is one heck of a view.
Did you order a sunrise?
I certainly did, and you delivered.
It's raining a bit.
Until we literally flew past the cloud because we're going so fast. Rain can't even catch us. Phantom Killer, how you doing? How was your vacation? Thank you for the 87 month, my friend. Where did you go? What did you do? Tell me all. Coffee, welcome. L7. Are you going camping? Are you hybrid? Oh no, they misspelled your name. Ugh. At the DMV, that's what you need, isn't it? It's a good idea. I feel like a camp is on the cards at some point. Oh man. This is just gorgeous. Look at those light shafts. Woo. Everybody loves a good light shaft. Yeah, like literally gonna go and take a dump in game. What's that, Astro? We already have them at Onyx facilities, do we? I wonder if that's the other thing. It could just literally be to start with for Onyx missions, for the Onyx locations. Like you go to the Onyx locations, then a mission pops up. Cargo-related features. I want auto-loading for missions and the out-of-station freight elevators for stations like they showed at Nick. Yeah, it'll be nice when they come in. Absolutely. I have noticed that the audio in... Well, I assume it's in 431, because I've not noticed it in... Because I've not noticed it in this build, where as you go in and out of ships, it feels a lot more robust and smooth and less janky. So I assume they've started rolling out the star audio updates, or just, you know, quality of life updates with their with ships, where the transition feels more natural. You can hear a little bit before you get inside the ship, and vice versa. Where are we heading to?
We're off to a data center to see if there's any ships there.
Oh, nice. I like me a good data center. Yeah, it'll be nice to see if we can find some good gear to grab. Shame that Cutlass was owned, because they had some NDBs. I think Deacon was very invested in taking them until we found out it was owned, unfortunately. But no, this whole... What I like about these sorts of features like medical is how you still play kind of what... You still do what you normally do, but you have to think more about what you're doing and about the consequences and the trade-offs to it. But of course that needs to be reflected in the payouts and so forth, and is it worth it? Is it going to be too much of a risk? Outside of bugs, of course. And then on top of that, you got like engineering eventually, where we'll be having to make sure that our systems here are working. Yo, Solomon, how you doing? What I'm actually quite liking about the amount of animals that you find on, you know, on the terrain, when we do have that logging without a bed option, you know, I was saying about how cool it would be to sort of hike over multiple videos from, say, Astor's to Dunburrow, and then from Dunburrow to Harper's, which would probably take a while, but it's, with having all this fauna, you may stumble upon some copians or some quasi-grazers. The only downside of that right now, even if, you know, if we were to get that kind of option to log without a bed right now, it would probably be very much a nothing burger of nothingness, where you're just walking the whole time, not really finding anything. But, you know, maybe the weather changes and so forth. That'll be nice, seeing ships flying overhead, but nothing really interacting with you, aside from potentially a pack of copian. It would be cooler to have other spots like old derelicts and abandoned buildings to live in and whatnot. But I think it would be an interesting series, but heavily edited.
I love how the light changes as you go in and out of the clouds.
Yeah, it's just like when you go to an outpost and you do any missions there in the daytime, you feel like nighttime is coming, and then you look up and realize the sun is still up there. It's just covered by cloudage, and it just feels so dynamic the way that it's all flowing and changing. Just be a lot nicer when we have more weather as well. Deplorable, how you doing? Oh, I haven't seen it all yet, but it looks good. How are you finding it? Are you back from camping now? How was it? Griff, welcome. I had a quick look at it, and then I had to bail. But it looks like an interesting... I've never done hammock camping, though. Although I suppose you don't need to be in a hammock, do you? It's still, you can still hang at the tent as normal. You didn't have a hammock up, did you? Frood, how you doing? Welcome. You made a 22-kilometer hike. Thing is, this is
I don't know if you can
a
see
long
it, but
hike.
Pyro 5's hanging in the sky over to the right there.
I can't quite now.
Oh,
Or it's
she's
down the
away.
cloud cover.
Yeah, a cloud comes in. It would be cool if they made a real animal. Well, that's their intention, is to have the ecosystem accurate. So there's a whole, you know, food chain, and they have their proper day-night behaviors. That's actually a thing on the roadmap. Oh, let me see if I can find it. I think it was enhanced ecosystems or something along those lines. Let me see if I can find it. But that is very much their intention, is to have creatures and animals, you know, flora acting as they should. Let's go down to E. It's definitely in the E somewhere.
That was way too close.
So, ecosystem enhancements. Now, this was quite a while ago from what I remember. Yeah, back in 2022. But it goes to show that they are intending to keep pushing this kind of thing, where enhancing the realism of plants and animals in their aspects and behaviors to better immerse them in their respective environments. So, I'm sure most of the work on that has somewhat been accomplished already for them, for their initial rollout when they started rolling out creatures and whatnot, but they certainly will make sure that they live and breathe and hunt and eat and sleep and do what they're supposed to do. You wish night was a tiny bit brighter. I don't mind. I think it's cool to make it more based on...
They usually would be, but turrets have been kind of broken this patch.
The moon.
Huh.
Or just give us night vision at some point. That'll be good. The moment CIG will add tent camp. Yeah, absolutely. Well, again, we don't need... we won't need beds to log out. But we will absolutely get sort of sleeping bags so those who want to spend multiple nights out and about with, you know, with getting well rested can do so. How strange. I bet the minute we land and get out, they'll start firing.
Yeah.
We could probably do a bit of a hot drop. I mean, there's nothing around. Is there any ships around here? There isn't, is there?
No ships.
Oh, that's a bit sucky.
There's gonna be an absolute crap load of NPCs down there. This is one of the places I kind of want to go on Wednesday.
Right, okay. Well, I mean, let's keep looking around for places where ships might be, and we'll see if we can find some interesting ones to scavenge. But yeah, is that bug then still happening where they spawn in tons?
Oh yeah.
That'll be fun.
Actually, I mean,
Pets of
you
your
might be able
end
to
game.
see it because these turrets aren't actually shooting. If I get nice and close, you'll see them. Where are they at? Watch, they're all going to be hiding inside this time.
Hello? Anybody
Yeah,
home?
there's a couple of them right there.
Oh yeah, there they are, look, in the doorway. They're
See
just,
'em all in
yeah.
there?
They're just a bit creeped out, not wanting to come outside. Oh
Yeah,
boy.
the moment we land, there's probably 2 or 3 of them for each person you see there.
Oh right, yeah, I see. Yeah, they're all glitched in each other, aren't they?
Yeah. That becomes
Wow.
a small army the moment we try and land, and there's one of those in every single spawn closet in there.
That's hilarious. I wonder if they'll fix... I'm hoping they fix that for 431. Have you heard anything about med ships getting stocked? From what I understand, the information they gave us on their med document was that we are supposed to get our ships restocked when you claim them. If it isn't happening in the PTU, it's likely just a bug, and they will make that the case. Because if you read that document, it states that that's their intention to get them restocked. So, I'm assuming it's a bug. Yo, Fallout, how you doing? You found some fun salvage parts at the Stanton mining stations. Yeah, as long as you can get to them. They're not too... You know, there's often a lot of ships around those places, but with them being an armistice zones, it can get a little difficult to scavenge from them. Welcome, by the way, Haranku. But yeah, we'll wait and see what happens when they start rolling out more patches. I honestly just think it's just bugged. Oh. One thing you wish CIG would change is crime stat for shooting NPCs. The crime stat for this game is so disruptive to gameplay, like it ruins a night of playing, hitting and... Yeah, but that, I mean, the point is, it's supposed to be, in a way, as realistic as you would expect, where if you shoot... I mean, there should be, already, a bit of a... I mean, if you kill an NPC by accident, then yes. I think there is a bit of a fail-safe where if you accidentally pop one in the arm or you know, a spray bullet hits them, it's not as detrimental. But it is that's an intention, right? It's the point of slowing down, identifying the enemy and engaging. Yeah, there is a bit of a mitigation factor to it. But if you do just, you know, shoot one in the head by accident, you should get a crime stat. I understand it was accidental, but that's you know, for the sake of the law in Star Citizen, you're not supposed to be, right? Without it sounding like a dickhead response, you know what I mean? No, mining stations, planet side, I'm assuming you mean, Eric. Oh, do you mean...
We're picking up cargo and we're gonna go to a different planet.
Alright. Do you mean the asteroid bases, Eric? Because they are full of ships, yeah.
You need to go get a bottle of water.
More like a can of beer, I think. Well, again, if you kill an NPC, civilian, then that should come with consequences, right? It's even people who accidentally shoot, yeah, exactly. In real life, there's a consequence to that. It's again another intentional thing, like the death of a spaceman, to slow people down, to say, be careful, be more careful with your gun. So I think it should remain as it is. But yeah, if you accidentally, you know, a stray bullet hits them in the arm or it tags them and it's friendly fire, as long as they don't die, then you do get the option to pay the fine. But not if you kill them. If you kill them, it is homicide or whatever it's called. I love how as you approach, just everything blows up. That's brilliant. Doesn't put you on edge. I mean, personally, I would just get rid of all the markers and identify based on, you know, visual sight. But of course, that's just me, personally. Oh, what are we buying here today, APOC?
We're gonna buy some cartilium and carbon silk.
Cartilium and... what? Carbon salt?
Carbon silk.
Carbon silk. Okay. Am I jumping out here?
Yeah, go ahead.
It's an NPC just watching us.
Start with the cartilium because it's very, very expensive.
Okay, are we doing 8 SEU boxes?
It only comes in 1s, 2s, and 4s, I think. It's extremely expensive. You'll probably only be buying maybe 1 or 2 SEUs of it.
Oh, okay. So, partilium, correct? I surely can't
Yes.
get this wrong. Space crocs. Oh, you mean actual crocodiles? Or shoes? So I can buy 1 2 SEU box, which would cost 351,000, and I have 376. Should I get one of those and then top up with carbon silk?
Yeah, let's do that.
Right on. Alright, we are ready to grab. Let me come back. I'm running. Assume we have to go back up to that top freight elevator again.
Yeah, there's one at the bottom as well, I think.
Oh, okay, alright, I'm in. Do you know what? I actually have some crocs, camouflage crocs. and I have little gibbets in it, and they are so good. I would never wear them out and about though, but they are so good. I'm sorry. They're good for in the kitchen when I'm cooking or heading out to the garden to do some watering or whatever. But they're so comfortable. They look hideous and ridiculous, but they're so comfortable. Yeah, the asteroid-based stuff is a great place. So if you're looking to go and scavenge and whatnot, anything you could, you know, some good ships, good stuff.
Right, ready for pickup?
Lovely, heading out. It's asteroid bases are definitely one of the best places to go. There's just a ton of stuff there, quite often. Star kitten. Love to hunt them croc shoes. Every time. Got some moths there, look. Not obviously actual fauna, sorry, they're just visual effects. Oh, I think that's another. God, that took its time, didn't it? Touch and go for a moment there. You've heard rumblings that there is now some crazy trade routes in Pyro.
Already confirmed the one up top working.
Oh shit, where is it? Hang on. Okay, still in the inventory, that's alright. Yo, Hiranku, thank you so much for becoming a channel member, my friend. Beers and party, please. I don't know what this freight elevator's doing. Are there some crazy trade routes in Pyro now, Apoc? Is this kind of what we're doing right now?
There are. We're doing one of them right now.
Nice. Yeah, apparently there are.
There's some really crazy ones, but I don't have the guaranteed routes for those yet. Still working on that.
Okay, nice. There are no crocs in game, I'm afraid. Yeah, first I've heard about it, but happy to be taking part in it. Is it coming up, T?
2 of them.
Yeah, yeah. Phew! Alright.
Make sure that stuff is well secured.
Should we guard it with our lives
Remember
as
to
well?
Take something to drink, Arthur.
Oh yeah, will do. I think I actually have something on me. I do, I have an empty bottle. Hawk Zulu, how you doing? Welcome. Devi, welcome. Let's get some beers and party out here for channel member. Thank you, Hiranku. Yeah, yeah. Loving this display, T. It's beautiful. Got our Pitambu in there as well. You want a flat cat? I have to take part in the flat cat competitions. Did not mean to do that then. Let's just store that away. Keep it hidden away there. Come on. There we are. But yeah, it sounds like there's some decent little trade routes going on now if you've got the coin and got the balls to do so. I don't, these guys do, so that's handy. I thought that was a planet then, but it's a gas. Oh, I see, there's the planet. Okay, that's confusing.
Quantum drive.
You guys are hearing that echo of quantum drive, aren't you?
Yeah.
It's like each of our panels decides to tell us. It's very strange. Yeah, I like the sort of in-between scavenging and seeing what we can find. We're just taking advantage of various trade lanes. Now we've got a bit of coin for it. It's good to do it. You have the roots if you have the coin, exactly. Yeah, it'll be interesting to see what this week brings.
People dismiss the cargo bay in this ship because it's only 32 SCUs, but it's brilliant for this kind of trading.
Yeah, for sort of high-priced, small quantities.
Yeah.
It's a quick ship as well, so it's kind of handy in that sense. I dismiss it
Yeah,
because I'm
she's
too
definitely
scared.
good at running away if needed.
Yeah. Preach! But nice. I mean, it's a decent cargo bay anyway. Even if you... 32 is the SEU, right? But there's plenty of space around it to lob more in. And you can fit a ton of stuff in here. Which is the reason why my private character went for this one and not the Clipper. It just gives you kind of a good all-rounder. Have you just started a similar one, Phantom? A similar route? Oh, dearie me. Oh well, the Clipper does have the tracked beam. Yeah, we don't, but there's me and Tony. We can lug things around. But it's got a nice little cargo bay, handy size. Obviously not nowhere near as much as the Clipper. But for our off-grid lifestyle, it suits. It's just a shame we can't all log off in the same ship. Be nice if we could do that. But then even, you know, APOC being on his main account would need to be out and about doing stuff. ES has longer legs. Yeah, exactly. Can run further. Oh, you're doing rep mission hauling. Nice. Was it just the ES that got one, or... I don't really pay attention to those sorts of shows and things. But yeah, it'd be nice to get some more waves out to 431. Start testing the other stuff that it has to offer. Seeing, you know, more about that. Getting it fixed up with what is coming. But what are we thinking? What is now... It's now the 8th of September. I still think this is going to be a... before CitizenCon patch. I feel like in the next week to 3 weeks, we will see this released to live, and then a 4.3.2 will come along for CitizenCon with some ships. I don't know about like features and stuff. We'll see, and it all also depends on how well the rollout of 4.3.1 goes. If that needs a lot of fixes and so forth, but then I guess we're looking at 4.4. For maybe November, maybe October, but you know, with CitizenCon being early on, I can't imagine so. And then maybe there could even be other patches for the end of the year. They'll want to go out with a bang. I don't know if it's going to be a 4.4 and then, you know, that's it for the year, because I don't know how many patches they've rolled out. If 4.4 is one, I know they said there'd be about 10. But that's probably changed due to the hotfix patches and other builds needing to come out in between. No, engineering hasn't been tested yet. We've only had, I think it was about 4 Evocati tech preview tests for Vulkan API and the AI changes. Engineering has not seen any tech preview yet. Have we all lost VoIP again?
No.
Is now on.
Everything all right? Yeah, like midway through September. See how squishy the Apollos are. You really thought they wanted to get engineering? I did. I was hoping that they would want it in before the end of the year. I was hoping that we would get it into a tech preview, you know, around August, and then get it pushed out by the end of the year. But I feel like it's more and more likely going to be a tech preview maybe during CitizenCon or around that time. Maybe they'll be holding it and getting it ready for that, so that they have a
Shields
I'm seeing two vehicles. One I can hail, the other one I can't. So I wonder if that's got anything to do with ownership.
There's an F-7A Hornet Mark II game rolls right in front of us.
Oh, okay, so I guess that other one that's over there, that Starlancer is owned, I'm assuming. I've never noticed that hail button on... Oh, that's Steed.
That is, in fact, Steve.
That'll be why, then. That explains it. I wonder if that's normal, then, for owned ships, like a quicker way to tell if someone's in the ship or in the cockpit, maybe. Don't know if you'll be able to hail them if they're not sat in the cockpit. Yeah, there'll be a patch. Good point for IAE. That might be the 4.4 build. Or 4.3.3. You never know. And then the Christmas patch. Like I say, they want to go out with a bang. 4.4 might be the last one until maybe 4.4.1 with some Christmas goodies in. It could be flood. It could just be this sheer amount of ships that need converting and doing stuff. I don't know. What are you up to, Steed? Yeah, pretty sus. Shoot him. He might be that Hurst and don't want a an IAE there. You know, law-wise, they might not be up for that. Engineering a Christmas. I mean, Nick, sorry. That's what you want for the end of the year.
The first one was at Hurston.
Was it?
Yeah, they had the Idris model parked inside a hangar.
Oh yeah, they did, didn't they? Completely forgot about that. No, no dogfighting yet. We also had some.
Interesting on that Hornet.
We also had some. Nothing
Whatever it
interesting.
was.
Ah, I need to just lower this. Yeah, we've not seen a single other player apart from Mighty Steed, who is a good chap. How are you doing, by the way, Erms? Are you good?
I think that Cutlass owner was there because the Cutlass was no longer there when we just went back.
Oh, fair enough. Yeah, I too would be fine with even a tech preview. If engineering was in a tech preview over the Christmas break, I would be more than happy for that. I just want to get in and test it, and it's something that we could do together, which would be so cool. Kept pressing it, nothing was happening. Yeah, it's been quite nice weather, hasn't it, Erms? Is it nice whereabouts are you at the moment? But yeah, it's been pretty delightful. Alright, gonna go make the sail. Surprisingly, now it's in September. We often have a bit of a stint, though, in September where we get this, I guess is what they call it in Indian summer. I actually don't know why they call it that, but probably something to do with India. But yeah, it's quite pleasant. Now this, if I recall, is one of the fall through the floor spots. Or it has been. If I can find where I'm supposed to go.
I'm floating over the building that has the terminals in it.
Coming to you. Still in Croatia. Between this and Australia, my entire year has been summer. It gets old. Yeah, I do like having the variety in terms of weather. Oh, there's how you turn off the terminal. Look, they disable the people. Okay, wish me luck. Okay, that's not too bad. Only a little bit there, I think, if I recall correctly. I can't remember how much that was. Nice little bit there, though. Maybe about 50 odd K there. Not too bad. We're up to about 444,000 now. Let's see. That's usually the spot that gets me. What was it? Was that the Hornet?
That was the Hornet, yeah.
What was it? Mark II, I'm assuming.
Yeah.
Yes, well, it sounds like, welcome Flymo, they mentioned in the monthly report about the Maelstrom being needed for IFCS so that the damage actually affects the flight. Ooh, have we got some Ardors, or are they normal attritions? They look like Ardors, but that can't just because they're damaged. Attrition size 4s, do we want them?
Do we have anyone in chat that wants them?
And attrition size 3s. Anyone in chat that's interested in buying some attrition size 3s and 4s? Happy to make an offer. And the ball turret as well, very nice. Got attritions all around here. Can we access the components at all from this ship? I'd love to test something. No. Let me just get this mule, because technically we should be able to attach a component to the mule, but it's never worked. I think these weapons are way too big, aren't they? Slightly used, only dropped once. Yeah. Did CIG discuss the results of the last tech? No, they haven't mentioned it at all. We've had 4 tests with the tech preview. The first one was basically a write-off because it was broken. Oh, flipping heck, that takes up a bit of space. And the other ones so far...
Imagine if we could fire it.
That would be fun.
Out the rear.
I love the echo coming from you inside there. Yeah, the other ones, I've jumped on maybe 2 out of the 4. Not really done a lot of testing with the graphics or anything, and I didn't. The first time I saw quite a bit of change in the AI, but then the second time it didn't seem to work so as good. So I really don't know what's going on or what the goods and the bads are, the pros and cons. Right, that looks like it for now. Oh, Gene's after them. Gene's happy to get them, but he can't get on yet. So it might have to be a store it for later kind of job. But we can do that.
Well, there's trade meet Friday, so.
Oh, yeah, okay.
You can meet us up there.
Yeah. Yeah, we'll have a trade meet on Friday, Gene. So if you're coming along to that, mate, we can do that. We can bring him along.
Sherry.
Oh, thank you. Not too bad. Making some good cash today. Thanks to APOC more than anything. He knows the score. Oh, Jesus. Could you imagine a MegaTech preview? We certainly do. But yeah, a MegaTech preview with all of that good stuff in.
And a larger ground vehicle.
And a what?
And a bigger ground vehicle, so we can all drive.
Yeah, that'll be nice.
Either a Ursa, or a Psycho.
Or a new one, if there's a new
MTC fits as well.
Yeah, that's kind of a
Although we can't
three-person.
buy those in game yet, can we?
Yeah.
No.
Maybe for 431. If they keep it going anyway. Oh, you're still getting an anti-cheat issue.
Please.
Yeah. Well, I'm hoping they will roll it out, because like they said before, they're going to try and be a bit better with getting out vehicles into in-game stores in a more timely manner, so it would be nice. Oh, is it quite vulnerable now as well, the Corsair? Yeah, I have no idea playing catch-up. I don't know if they intend to do more Vulcan testing or if they're just going to be like, let's push out engineering. I suspect, like, if I was to guess, they will talk about engineering a little bit at CitizenCon. Maybe not too much, because they have kind of talked it to death, right? They've spoken about it so much that it would, in my opinion, it would take up valuable talk time in a show that is short. So I would rather they don't and they just push it out to the tech preview for us to test. But they may reveal it there as a test. It might not have anything to do with CitizenCon, and they're just gonna, you know, when it is actually ready, they will roll it out. But last we heard is they were doing they were getting it prepared for a tech preview. Like, we know the majority of the ships are all ready for it now, both single-seaters and ones with interiors. So they're certainly not far off from it.
On site?
I think so. Dennis, thank you for the follow. Oof. I love the way that we've stacked these guns. Just lean-tos. That's the way to do it. Oh, I'll just get my other device. And I might be able to help with the pipes. If I'm quick enough. Which I probably won't be for this one. Oh, I don't need both of them. Oh, yeah. Yeah, Reginald. Loving them so far. There's definitely tweaks to be made with injuries and how much the goo they cost, but I am definitely happy to see these changes come in. I've been wanting them for a long while now, so yeah, be interesting to see how they play going forwards and what changes come in to adjust them. Are you liking them, hating them? What's your opinion? You want? Oh, that's weird fruit. Definitely got the right email hooked up to it. Have you checked your junk? So far, the thing that I love the most about the med changes is the fact that you just cannot continuously respawn. That is something that has been needed for a while, and with the Nursa being, you know, like a body printing machine, I'm glad it's now limited, very limited, scaling in the different tiers. I like the fact that we have a physical resource as such that we need to use. That can be bought and replaced. It'd be nice to be able to craft it and whatnot. Oh, did that work? I wonder if that's counted. Oh, well, it's a good job I bought some more, because that took one when it shouldn't have. That's an annoying bug. But yeah, I'm not too sure about how many or how much goo it should take for each injury. Personally, I think half the canister for a tier 3 injury is too much. I think it would be better if it was less. But there's implications either way that need to be tested. Yo, Waybreak, how you doing? Pirates used to board a capital and make a... Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, like, that's a good tactic, right? Because they want to make sure players aren't spawning in back on their thing. It'll still be a thing you need to do, but it will be more of a, let's go and remove the goo. So it won't need to be, you won't need to camp the bed to stop them getting in. It'll be a case of removing the goo and, and then they can't respawn. What are the other changes you can't get behind? Oh, what the heck? Did I not pay attention to this? Did I just walk away? How many whips? No, we had 24. Yeah, it keeps sort of not working, I suppose. It takes one, but doesn't actually physically put it in, which is not good. Yo, Akai, how you doing? It would be cool if you could make your own... Yes, I think we will be able to at some point. Not necessarily with our own body, But I'm pretty sure they will allow us to have a recipe that will allow us to, you know, sort out our goo, essentially. Now, which ones? Alright. Come and help now. You're right, Tony. You look like you're having a bit of a freak out down there.
Yeah, look, seeing what I can find. Stuff.
I didn't get a word of that. Yeah, I'm not like, a big fan of the intention of going, because that's not for 431, but the idea of having multiple imprints. I'm not a big fan of that either, to be fair. I would rather they don't do that, but again, it's something to test and see if it works. It does seem a little odd that you can just suddenly veer off to somewhere else.
I think it's necessary for gameplay.
Yeah, I suppose so. It's one of those things that just makes it, you know, the game versus reality of playing it. Oh, she's got the Orison.
One of those
origin
situations
thing.
where, say you have your Apollo parked right outside the space station, and you run yourself over with a box by accident. The multiple spawn points allows you to say, I don't want to spend the money to use the medbed in the Apollo when the station is right there.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess there could be a few reasons and things that would just be beneficial to have that. Still not a fan, but if the situation came up where you relied on that, then it would be good. Oh, man. Stuck under the ground. The heck are these?
Yeah, I couldn't open them. I don't know what they are.
I've put them in my backpack. They're like the old boxes that we used to have, but how do you get out of here? I hate going under here. I always feel like I'm just going to be booted underground.
Some of the up points don't work, so you have to find another one.
Alright, yeah.
Here, this one should work.
Can I get through there? Okay, yeah. It's not just me then, being a bit odd. Aha. Oof, so where's this pipe then? I take it we're trying to get to it, and it's just not playing.
Outside, maybe?
Yeah, maybe. Oh, yeah, here it is. That's got it. You're loco. I don't think so. You let me know. Call out and I'll tell you if I hear you. See, the thing is, for me, the more simulation, the better. As you know, that's kind of how I tend to enjoy my things. But they're not building a game for me. They're building a game that should hopefully be entertaining and enjoyable for everyone. And there's going to be things that I'm not too fond of. And hopefully it never becomes a I'm never going to play that anymore kind of thing. That looks about good. But until, you know, that comes along, we don't know. I would be fine if they brought in multiple spawn points. And even if they brought in multiple spawns, it would be something that's just like, fair enough. I'd rather not, but it is what it is. But I hope they stick to the original vision as much as possible, but I understand as they develop it, certain things change. And as much as a full simulation would be great, it might not be in every circumstance. Alright, we should probably start making our way... Oh no, it's not even 5 o'clock yet. This lasted ages, it's wonderful. Feels like it should be 6 already. Just checking out the cladding.
Today.
Yeah. And time seems to be taking a good amount of time, not just... Usually it just feels like it's rushed. Huh? Don't you? Yeah, true. Well, it's not that they don't have plans for the medical gameplay. They certainly will do. It's more just they're trying to build what we have now with what they have in the future. They still intend to further adapt most mechanics. In fact, all mechanics. Not one mechanic is finished. Even when they get to the point where, you know, what they were showing...
Here's another one.
Thank you. What they were showing in that document, that's not finished. That's just where they're aiming to get to at whatever point it takes them to get to that place. Whether that's for 1.0 or before and then more after, or if they're, you know, we don't know. But they will continue to develop it and continue to build upon it and change things as they see fit. But it's, any enhancements that we have now to just make it play better, feel more like the intended direction of the game, I'm happy about. I'm not worried or scared about them not doing something, because we are so far from even 1.0 to a degree. You know, even if it is just 2 years' time or whatever, which is unlikely, so much can happen between now and then. Oh yeah, we are. Well, we're kind of matching armor. Yeah, me and Tony are, because we were looting the same place, I think, at the same time. Brad, how you doing? Yeah, and I think the thing is, between that realism and fun, right? There's a spectrum of realism and fun, and it's different for all of us. Do you want some fuses, T? Or are you just sticking to the pipes?
Sure.
All right, I'll put some in a locker for you. We all have...
I think I found 2 gold multi-jewels.
Oh, nice.
Saved.
They, what I consider realistic, or what I would like to be, you know, the between realistic and whatever, it's going to be different for everyone, and that's fine. But the point is, we're all still playing a game together, and they're not building a game for me, they're not building a game for you, they're building Chris's game. Yeah. It's a bit of an awkward split, considering it's 6 per thing, but they've nicked them from us. Right, we are moving out. But yeah, even their future plans, as highlighted in that document, are not finished future plans. Alright, I'll head over to this one with the fuses and pipes.
Ready to roll.
I'll take the one on the left.
Alright. Yo, Spades, how you doing? You want a more in-depth medical system. Doesn't need to be fully realistic, but yeah, I do. More like hands-on. Again, well, not again, I hadn't said it today, but when they brought out any gameplay system that uses beams, that is to get it in our hands. That isn't the finished version. That is just, we have this system somewhat developed, and we want people to play it, right? Like engineering, well, not engineering, tractor beams. That's a bad example, because tractor beams are beams. You know what I mean. Like medical, for example. It gets the feature in our hands, and then later on down the line, they can spend time developing it further. I don't think any of them are any good. And they will do. But it's still at the point of just getting it functioning for us. Don't know if any of them are any good. If you're watching, are you seeing my screen at all, APOC? Can you see if any of these helmets and things are worth... Oh, I think I've just lost comms by doing that. Did you see any of the loot? Damn it, it's down here.
I saw the Scorch. You got that.
Yeah, yeah. Did you see any of the armor? All the armor looked like just normal, basic armor stuff. Oh, he's here, look.
I wasn't looking. Did you see any that was white?
No, nothing that was just pure white.
Okay. Yeah, you're good then.
Okay.
There's a black and red set, and there's a like white and red set that appears pretty much pure white on the icon.
Okay. Well, for me, when it comes to Death of a Spaceman, as long as people can't just continuously respawn, I'm quite alright with that. The rest is fine by me, provided it's balanced accordingly, but that respawn is just the biggest thing that I don't want, where people can just respawn over and over again. And, you know, with this new medical goo, that's dealt with that, so I'm happy about that, you know. Oh yeah, I ignore that whole date thing. As you know, Flood, it's unnecessary, isn't it? It's not a false narrative calling it medical gameplay. It is a big part of the medical stuff. Respawning and so forth is a fundamental part of the medical stuff. And the changes that they bring in with healing injuries and regenerating, both very much medical through and through, there's no doubting that, is a big change. So it is certainly not a false narrative to call these changes anything but medical gameplay. I agree, I would love to have more hands-on, you know, visceral medical stuff. But to say that it's a false narrative is a false narrative. Yeah, that whole regen stuff is absolutely the whole part of this whole story, isn't it? And that's, I mean, they obviously knew this going, you know, when they put it together. They weren't like, oh, that kind of ties in nicely. Let's do some medical stuff. Yo, Prisoner, Mooley, welcome, guys. Socks, welcome. So, yeah, they knew going forwards what their plan is this year, and so far they seem to have been able to stick to it from what I can tell. All right, nicely done. But there's obviously still more to come. That I don't know what else we're going to get. I think a lot of it will come down to like diagnoses, being able to look at someone and see physical changes in their appearance, listen to their coughing and so forth, because that is a part of it, you know, the groans and things. There's also the blood. Physical blood would be nice. Oh, Piss Poor Pete, how you doing? It's under maintenance. They're only around Pyro at the moment, but it's under maintenance. And they're fixing pipes and so forth. But yeah, I do hope to see more visceral interactions with the medical stuff. Absolutely. And there's still time to do that. It's more a case of just developing this system so that Death of a Spaceman has an impact. Thank you for waiting. Alright, I'm on board. And I need a wee again. Ugh. There we go. Wee time. Yo, Recap, how you doing? Thanks. Raytheon, welcome.
We have just intercepted a distress signal.
I beg your pardon? What's occurring?
CFP needs us to blow up some servers.
Oh, I'm down for that. Nice. Destroy the outlaws. Are these headhunter servers or Xenothreat?
They said outlaws, so I'm assuming headhunters.
You have a nice walk.
Although, that's last ditch.
Yeah, Xenothreat. Alright, we better be careful with this. Careful of turrets as well, because I think they have quite a wide stretch around here, don't they?
Yeah.
Shields are on. Weapons system is off. Weapons system.
Does the opposite of what I want to do. I turn off weapons instead of entering the turret. Yeah, just a PP. Just a PP this time.
Also, the turrets are not red.
No, but there's a lot of them. I remember coming here a while back and just got mauled.
Yeah,
There's one of those big mining wrecks.
They will turn red when we start firing on them, though. Or not on the turrets, but on the people. We got a plan?
Don't die.
Roger. Alright, Volumetric.
That's a very convoluted plan.
I mean, it gets... It's as good as it gets.
Ready to deploy.
Thank you. Not seeing anyone at the moment.
Sniper up top.
Oh yeah, copy. Nice, he's down. Another one approaching, same position.
Down.
Okay, I'm gonna push up with you. Slight bit of desync then, that was weird.
Play.
Alright, you take point T, I'll follow you.
Contact right.
Copy. Getting a grenade out.
Multiple target.
Grenade gone. Pushing up. Oh, another grenade going out.
Ship seems to be safe right now, so I'm here with you guys.
Yeah, good idea. Reloading. I'm hearing footsteps to my left in the building. Just be aware.
Copy.
Alright, I'll follow behind you, APOC.
Alright, moving to the left towards this building.
Yeah, copy. Moving up, Tony.
Behind the left is gone.
Going right.
Yeah, pushing left.
Come on now.
Are they inside? Those voices? Oh yeah, enemy front. One down. I think they might be up
If you
these
guys
stairs.
have backpacks, there's a couple spare medical devices in this box here.
Alright, copy. Where are we looking? Down here. Alright, got one. Do you want to get the other one, T?
I just went under the little underground thingy.
Oh, okay. Oh. Did we go up? Oh no. Is it in here, this? Are you at them, Tony, right now?
Yeah,
Okay.
they're down here.
Underneath you.
Yeah,
The door's
copy.
over by me.
Yeah, yeah, sorry. I'm just checking upstairs.
Alright.
Alright, moving back down. Nicely done. Alright, now we extract, do we?
Yeah, now we get out of here before these guys overrun.
Alright, yeah, let's push. Alright, I'll hold this door. You guys go back the way we came. Give me a shout when you're good. Yeah, don't shoot the bright red canisters. Unless the enemy stood next to them, then you can. Hold up, APOC. I think T's just looting.
Alright, I'm outside. Outside.
Copy.
Can't fit this P4.
Not working.
Can't fit it. I forgot to put the
Okay.
salvage tool back.
Moving to you. On our way.
One down.
You're right over there, T. D, come in, do you read? Run! My VoIP's broken again.
Lost.
I know, shocking, innit?
I hear you on VoIP.
What party chat?
Possibly you're right on the edge of local from me right now.
Oh, because I'm using the party chat button, so if it's sounding proximity based, then it's probably not working in party, I guess. Yeah, ray tracing and so forth will be so nice. What are we doing with this fellow? Are we looting his body?
Oh no.
Oh, what? If you've gone through the planet? Oh. Is it?
No, I have that bug. Oh no, I got it. I
seems
got
to
it.
be
We're
alright.
good.
Phew.
This guy's armor is worth a decent amount.
Should we grab a few bits more, or is it too risky?
I wouldn't say it's worth the risk. It was just worth bringing one.
All right, fair enough. Yeah, I think a lot of people might not understand what Star Citizen's about or the intention behind it in terms of the game. Like, why would they do this? It seems unconventional compared to other games. But that's the point. It is a different game. It's a game, you know, that Chris wants with the vision of what he is after. And as a veteran backer, that is what I backed for that very reason, because I love the sound of it and I want that. And as much as certain things will change, I do hope that it stays as close to the original vision as possible. But of course, there's going to be others that disagree and so forth. And hopefully, as they continue to develop the game, it'll keep on down the right path of what Chris is after. And I think that does happen. I think sometimes, you know, certain developers might be quite new or young in terms of the current modern game, and they come in with this idea of what they want to do, but then they try it, and Chris is like, and then it sort of gets converted back, and it's... I'm alright with trying things, absolutely. But, yeah. We'll see how we get on. Boot you? What from, Velshan? I don't know. From... Oh, I can't remember. I'm not sure. I'll have a look into it. You're a veteran slacker, Pagan. Yeah, Kenny, exactly. Welcome, mate. It is a very... Bando, welcome. It is a very different game, and intentionally different, which isn't going to be for everybody because of certain things. But at the same time, there should be... So the way I see Star Citizen is there's going to be something for everybody, like something that you would enjoy in the game, but other fundamental systems might not be what you like or isn't what we're used to. So it's about, I suppose, when everything is sort of said and done, it should all make sense and come together. But between now and then, with playing an alpha, things are going to feel wrong, might not work right now versus in the future, might just be missing other systems, and it's a case of continuously trying and pushing it to get it into the place where it needs to be. But it's hard for those who maybe don't know the vision originally to understand why some of these decisions are being made and so on. Thank you for the subscription there, Bando. Much appreciate that, my friend. Beers and party, please. But yeah, they're not just, like, especially Death of a Spaceman, they're not just, let's just try and make the game annoying and boring for everybody. There are intentional reasons behind these things to create a certain approach. And some people will not like that. Especially if they've joined during the time when, say, respawning is just super easy and quick. But, you know, the point is it's a game of a unique style and direction. Well, it's not even that copycats get nowhere. And, like, a lot of the time, the reason why people are doing it is because it works and because they can keep putting out the same stuff and people will buy it, right? It still works. Doing the same thing time and time again, people will still go for it. Which is kind of why I got bored. You know, I very rarely play any other game because they are all rinse repeats of each other, or they just do something slightly different, or when they bring out number 2 or number 3 or number 29, there's just a slight bit of difference between them versus graphics, I suppose. But this is the only game to me that really pushes everything. And I hope it sticks to the original vision, but there will be parts of it that change. Some of the things I like, some of them I don't like, but at the same time, it's still the most impressive gameplay experience that I've ever had. And while that continues on, I'm going to keep with it, you know? Yo, Meta, how you doing? Nothing is everything for everyone, but they want Star Citizen to check a lot of the boxes for a lot more people than a typical game. Yeah. And you know, I think everyone will find something they enjoy in Star Citizen, but it's more a case of, well, you know, certain things you will, certain things you won't, certain things you don't mind, certain things you do. But for me, so far, it's all ticked, and I'm happy with that. Yo, Raider. You would like gameplay that didn't come from CIG to emerge in the game. It's too much CIG's. Well, the point, the missions, right? For example, the missions that they put out are available to take part in, to enjoy if that's what you want to do. But for me, it's the sandbox itself that I enjoy, right? The open-ended, you can do what you want to do, be who you want to be, and approach it how you want to. The game needs scripted missions and handcrafted stuff, but that's not what Star Citizen has ever been for me. It is the open world where we trade amongst ourselves, we work with each other, we work for each other, we work with others. That's the point of Star Citizen for me. And a lot of the content that we get is, some of it is quite rinse repeat, some of it's boring, some of it's entertaining and interesting, but most of the handcrafted stuff is not what I'm interested in. But it still needs it, and I'm sure as narrative continue to develop, especially the 1.0 storyline, there's going to be much more of that coming in. But yeah, it's Star Citizen's open world, and the way that they give that freedom is what it is to me. The missions are very similar to other games, right? Oh, Big Blue. How do I play it? Well, most of the time, I might do a mission to just put pen to paper, you know, send me somewhere, and then from there I react to what I find. The thing that I enjoy doing the most is just getting my ship, getting a little bit of gear, but oftentimes nothing, and just living in the world and surviving, which is quite easy because you can always loot drinks and food and get money quite quick. But, you know, flying around and finding things, discovering things that have been left from a previous time, right? A previous time where someone has been there and they've done something, and then it was there to be looted. Oh, it was threats of violence, Velshan. You were banned for threats of violence to from another player. Which, yeah, if that's the case, we stand by it. I'm sorry, that's just the way it is. So, for me, it is the open world and that persistence, which right now is a little less than...
For the longest time, there was no missions at all. We had to come up with our own gameplay, right? And we kind of still do.
Yeah, like, even more so now,
Wednesday.
though. Yeah, exactly, with pushing the medical stuff. There's so much to do in Star Citizen, and a lot of it is to be discovered yourself. But if you can break away from that conventional approach that we get in most games, which is, what's this mission telling me to do today, then you will probably see that there is a lot more to it. A lot of the time, it may involve interacting with other people, but not all the time. Most of the time, when I do the off-grid style stuff, I just live in the middle of nowhere. I take trips to places. When I get there, I see what I find. I might discover something that was left by a player or shot down by another player or an NPC, and then you loot it, you take it, you build up your own arsenal, your own ship, and you just keep going from there. But as they bring in more gameplay mechanics, more systems, it'll get more interesting, more developed, more involving, and it just becomes more entertaining. But then, you know, playing with the org, I have many different things that I do, where if I'm with the org, it's just working with them on a great scale of, you know, big ships, big fleets, 30 people all in one go. If I'm on my own, I might do more of the off-grid stuff, just doss around, see what I can find. I might do a bit of hauling or looting, and then finding things that I can take and sell to other players. Auto shops, you know. Penguin, welcome. It's just continuing to build upon what we have. And things like engineering and medical, they just add more layers and a foundation there for what it's going to be like going forwards. Even if, you know, right now there's mostly bugs that cause problems and so on, it still pushes it towards where it's gonna be, where it's gonna end. Casual time machine, how you doing? Do you think pallets to help on and off? Oh yeah, well they did have. Oh, do you mean like so you can handle multiple? I think the best way to handle that is probably not pallets that you stack them on and pull them off. Although I could get behind that if you put a pallet on your cargo grid and load boxes onto it, and then you can pull them off in one go would be kind of handy. But maybe having tractor beams that can pick up multiple boxes in one go. There definitely needs to be something to push away from just a... Well, not that I'm too opposed to the hauling side of things, and I think a lot of it might come down to...
You remember how to get to the admin area for this station?
What are we selling?
We're buying.
Oh, what are we buying? I should be alright to find it.
We are buying tritium.
Tritium, okay. I'm on my way. As much as we can carry in the biggest boxes we can. We'll go with that.
Yeah, just grab as much as we can grab, and we'll move the turret and stuff around it.
Okay. Oh, yeah. Well, yeah, I mean, we welcome Spader. We've had, you know, that, what do they call it? Vehicles, like handheld vehicles that we can load things onto in bulk and push around. But also getting things where certain things, like boxes, need to be handled with care, where you just... Right now, it's just let's throw it around as quick as we can to get it on and off of our ships. Whereas sometimes having boxes that are more delicate, contents that's more delicate, different types of content, you know, even fauna, livestock as such, moving that stuff around. But yeah, obviously they're not finished with hauling and the mechanics there. Welcome, Ken Tanker. Yeah, a lot of the time you make your own exploration stuff. But, you know, there's when it comes to things like exploration, we need the signature system before we can really push that stuff. Yeah, we're in Pyro right now. I'm not seeing it, APOC. We've got bioplastic, agricium, human food bars, hydrogen or nitrogen.
Is it out of stock?
It's, maybe. Oh no, it's not showing anything as out of stock.
I've been lied to. Buy some bioplastic.
Okay. Alright, how much do we want? Are we going 8 SEU or... should we stick to 2s?
Get 2 8 SCU boxes.
Okay. Alright. RTB. You take your time if you're doing... Take your time if you're doing some shopping, Tony. I don't know, Wonko.
Jared
Welcome.
down here in the gun shop.
Oh, is Jared down there? Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, have we got a message of the day? Is that what they say? Do post. So, message of the day. Thank you, Peanut. We are currently putting together a new PTU build for Wave 1 testers with the goal of opening to all waves if the build is viable. Excellent. Happy to hear it. That's good then. See how that gets on.
Hey.
Hi. Friendly one. Yeah, it would be nice to have more tools and things for hauling. Absolutely. And I suspect it'll be something that they plan to do, just where you can move things in bulk. That's why I want like a big ground vehicle, like a truck, to be able to move things along the ground. When the gameplay is required, you know, to make it worthwhile. Being able to move that stuff about.
Deacon and I have been asking for a hover truck forever.
A hover truck? What, like a hover hauler?
Yeah.
Yeah, that would be very
Are
cool.
we saving the turret here, or? What do you
No,
think?
I just took it out so that the boxes will fit, and then we can shove it in on top of them.
Oh.
Hate it when it
Decided.
takes time. Yeah, we were thinking the same thing, Dale, like mid-September, and then maybe another one for the next month. Yo, Weezer, how you doing, mate? Alright, good luck getting that in there. Those attritions like to swing round a bit. Yeah. Yeah.
I'm sure nothing can possibly go wrong with that.
Yeah, as long as we all stay out of the
Looks safe.
cargo bay for the journey, we should be alright. Oh boy. You're still looking at it like, I don't know about this. Yeah, there's I mean, at the end of the day, there's plenty they can do. Is this in case we need to bail? There's plenty more devices, tools, vehicles, mechanics to come for hauling as well. Again, they're not finished with hauling either. There's still tons more to do there. And don't look at anything we have now and feel like it's never changing or it's never going to get better. It will. You're right back there, Puck?
Yeah, I've quietened it down a little bit.
No, okay. Anyone here knows if you can attach the Atlas to the raft? I believe so, but I don't know. Unless you could link boxes together,
Yes, you
boxes physics to make them. Oh, you can. Thank you. To make them one item with the tractor beam, I'd imagine the in-game engine would probably explode. Well, I don't know. Maybe, but if they're using the cargo grid to clump boxes together and hold them, not obviously connect together, but connect to the cargo grid, I suspect it'll be a similar thing of that. I could be very naive here, but yeah, I expect it'll be something similar to that. Oh, so you can, but it's tricky to get it off, is it, Naled? Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, if you're playing Star Citizen and not enjoying it, you need to stop until you are, right? There's nothing wrong with jumping in now and again and seeing how it goes, and if it's still not enjoyable, come back another time. Or try something different. There's plenty of stuff to try. Woo! It's a good film. But I just do what I enjoy, regardless of how much currency it builds or anything. It's just, I just do what I enjoy doing. Yo, Benjamin, how do you think engineering is going to play out? My worry is that the last preview we saw put a lot of time showing everything on fire, and I'm worried about fun versus absurdity. I think when it first comes, it'll be accelerated for the sake of testing. So degradation will be quicker, you know, fires might break out quicker, penetration values might not be as accurate as they would like without having Maelstrom properly simulated. But the reality of it will likely just be you're monitoring your systems. You're having a diagnosis all the time of the status of everything. There might be alerts popping up when something gets to a certain standard that you might want to get swapped out or repaired using your beams for the time being. And you're just monitoring the heat and cooling, making sure that things aren't overheating. You're setting up profiles, which you can then toggle to, or downloading profiles from others, where you could have maybe a stealth or an economic or full combat, or, you know, that kind of profile where it's automatically switches things. You're making sure that your relays are working and communicating between each other. But to be honest, most of the time, even though it's probably going to be accelerated, there will be more to do. You will just be monitoring, and getting an alert to say something needs swapping out or something needs fixing. And then, depending on how severe it is, that'll determine whether you do it there and then, you turn off your systems, or you do it while you're en route somewhere, or when you've finished doing a job and you landed again. Now, of course, if you're in combat, or if you're constantly pushing things, so for example, your thrusters, they will obviously burn up quicker and degrade quicker if you are constantly boosting, for example. But if you're in combat, then, and sustained combat, chances are your items will start to degrade or get damaged and malfunction quicker, and priority is obviously trying to stay alive and either continue the fight until they give up or they become crippled, or you just get out of there, and then when it's at your convenience, you fix it up again. But if there's fires breaking out and things going wrong, you will want to have people attending that as soon as possible. So it's going to be a balancing act of prioritizing things, making sure that before you set off anywhere, you run a diagnostics just to see what could potentially go wrong, and having spares on board. And there's probably so much more that I've forgotten or left out. But it's, at first, with the rate of degradation, if they're testing things, it'll probably feel like everything is breaking all the time until they start to dial that back. But when all is said and done and it's balanced accordingly, then... and actually, it'll, then it won't happen as fast. A bit like your food and drink. It won't go down if you're running everywhere, then it'll go down faster. When it first came out, it was very quick. You could always go and take your ship to be repaired. If you have someone on board as your engineer, you might not have to lift a finger about it. You've got to manage your batteries. You've got to make sure that things are working as they intend to. Otherwise, malfunctions will start to come in. You'll have a malfunction, and you'll have to think about what it is that's caused it and go and fix that. And to start with, it is just going to be likely just firing a beam of repair, RMC or whatever, to fix it up. But it's another beam thing where they said they eventually want to get to the place where there are more physical interactions and not just beams, if they feel like they want to do that. You're excited about the cargo bays in larger ships actually needing to have space. Well, it's not even cargo bays. The thing, this is what... I mean, maybe I'm wrong with the 600i and this whole, wasted space idea. Fair enough, it's a ship that's very nicely decorated inside. You don't want to be putting components in these wasted space areas, but having cupboards and storage that is not a cargo bay, because cargo bays are for cargo or, I suppose, vehicles. You want to have a place where you can store spares of everything. Weapons, components, fuses. Not necessarily for the bigger ship. If they're size 3 components and above, then it's not necessary. But, fuses will, of course. So all the ships parked at a hauling station are players. Yes, they will likely be. And if you want to know which ones are still owned and which aren't, meaning you can, salvage them or loot them, give them a scan, and if it says game rules as the owner, then they're fair salvage. One quality of life thing I'd love to see is if I'm trying to eat or drink something, I click eat in my inventory, my character takes their helmet off. Oh yeah, like an automatic thing. That could come in handy. I don't mind, doing the whole take it off yourself and put it on your belt thing. That's just a quick click and then you eat. I don't know. My problem is I'll probably be in a place where there's no oxygen and I'll accidentally click eat, or I'll purposefully click eat, and it'll remove my helmet and I'll start suffocating while I'm eating. Yeah, upkeep on guns and so forth, because the captain's a cheapskate. Sounds like me. It's not like me. No, we've got org funds, let's use it. Yeah, shelving and so forth is absolutely stuff we need. Cupboards. there technically will be a dedicated reporter career. Like, that's another profession that they do intend on bringing in. I mean, if you look at the Reliant Mako, that's one of them anyway. One of the vehicles you can use, and you'll be able to chop content together and push it out to the spectrum to watch in game. You don't mind most of the beams. More tactility would be welcome, but the beams do their job and still feel sci-fi. I mean, I'm a bit like this. I am fine with beams to get it into our hands, and in some circumstances, like tractor beams, they just make sense. But personally, I would certainly like to get more hands-on and physical and tactile with interactions, especially medics, engineering. It would be so nice to be able to look at it, like, figure out what a problem is with an item and tinker with it to get it working. But of course, those sorts of levels of interaction require a lot of detail, and, you know, understandably, we don't need it now. Do we need it in the future? I hope so, but yeah. Yo, Paul, how you doing? Any idea when you can buy the merchantman ship? Probably IAE is the next time you'll be able to, which is in November. There needs to be a priority for it, playing catcher. What's this for, sorry? Oh, as in... I mean, it's not a priority right now by any means. You know, that's not like we should drop everything and work on players wanting to be news reporters. There you go. Got a bouncy box. But it is something that will come along, and it'll be great when it does, because we've got the Daymar Rally, there's all the other unofficial sports, there's news of, like, Vanduul attacks in Nyx, and org battles against each other, and so on. There's all sorts that can come along, but it's definitely not a priority in terms of, you know, compelling gameplay that will, I mean, it is going to be compelling, don't get me wrong. And I've been excited for it for a while, but yeah, I'd rather get things like Bounty Hunting version 2 and Exploration out more. And engineering, of course. I don't think Beam Citizen was the original intent for gameplay nukes. No, it wasn't. No, it absolutely wasn't. But I imagine it's hard to solve those kinds of problems when you have more important things to work on. Yeah. And it all makes, you know, it makes sense to me, and I completely get why they're coming from with that. It's either they put out the mechanics like mining, salvage, medics with beams for now, or we wait even longer for a tactile, hands-on thing. Whereas if they get them all out and they can look at everything across the board, they can probably reuse and share a lot of the animations and interactions, versus building them all individually for each specific mechanic. So the way to rent a salvage ship, you head to a spaceport like Lorville, and you go to near the spaceport area, you know, where the hangars are, or the elevators are. There should be a kiosk there for rentals, and you can go and see, and you can rent them for a day, for 3 days, for 7 days, for 30 days, and choose. Well, yeah, using a clinic should cost just as, if not more than, well, I think it'll be partly played into insurance, and so medical insurance, but yeah, it should cost to go to a clinic. Again, remember, when it comes out for the first time in 4.3.1, there are going to be edge cases that need to be addressed. There's going to be a lot of things that need to be balanced, not just in terms of gameplay, but economic things, like the cost of gel, the cost of treatment versus how it should, you know, fix you up. Will they ever build a Terra system? It'll be fun to revisit Earth and Mars. Yeah, Hey, will they ever build the Terra system? What do you mean? Oh, there are no salvage. Oh, you can't actually rent salvage ships. Oh, that's a bit daft. They should allow us to. You're curious to see what level of modularity we get with base building. Really hope it's not just planting down a prefab structure based on what they've done with the other things they've done. I think it is, to be fair. I think the idea being is that you have an idea of what structure you want. It'll tell you the resources you need for that, or the recipe. You've got to gather that, put it into whatever vehicle you're using. And then it will place down the blueprint, AR mode style. And then your drones will go up and start sort of fabricating that over a duration of time. And that will be, you know, when it's built. So, yeah, it is essentially sounding like it's going to be mostly just drones fabricating things, which is a shame. I would like to have a bit more of a Fallout system, but I get that can't be a thing, really, because of how crappy things will look. But then on top of that, you know, you're going to have things like the power systems, the engineering systems at your outposts, degradation there, and wear and tear, and environmental conditions to have to deal with and fix up. Well, decorating will be its own, you know, hands-on thing, because you can you'll have that AR mode, not just for your homes, but for ships as well. You'll be able to go into AR mode and move furniture around, plonk it down, clamp it in place to stop it getting stolen. As long as your home or your ship is getting power, you can put a lamp down, it'll turn on and off if you wanted it to, and all these other things. Or you can do it by hand, but that will still likely cause problems when things bounce around. Hobo Dad, how you doing? 07, welcome. People are conflating medical beacons with healing services. They're separate systems, separate custom costs. Well, yeah, they will be. And, you know, the beacon itself is obviously broken. Hopefully for 431 they can fix it, but I don't know. I don't know if they'll be able to get to it. I haven't tested it in the PTU. You're going to buy 5 million worth of canisters, Gene, and sell to players. It's another commodity. You buy as many as you want, absolutely, and then you can charge whatever you want, well, whatever someone's willing to pay, you know, and sell it. It'll be, you know, you could literally create a career flying around with medical canisters and offloading them to people who want to pay for them. You don't even have to charge a super big premium, but people in the field will want them.
Well, I suspect we're going to be able to salvage them too, right?
If they're in cabinets, yeah, but obviously not if they've been loaded into the beds already. But yeah, if they're physical items still unloaded in, then yeah, absolutely. How much is that, Epoch? 3? $3.5. Sounds about right. We're at a good 500,000 now, guys.
About 8 million to go.
Well, you make a good point. Will goo be perishable? Will it need some form of specific containment? There's plenty they can do there. Oh, very nice, Gene. That sounds fun. Oh yeah, the prices of med beacons will certainly have to change, and we already know they will based on what they sort of showed off at CitizenCon. But that's, you know, the current The amount is all placeholder for now because it is all needs to be tied into the economy and medical stuff. But that's, you know, this is what the alpha's to test. They bring it in. Well, they've got to get it fixed and working first. Oh, welcome over to Twitch there, Hobo. How you doing? They've, you know, they've got to get beacons working first and foremost. Then they will address things, which will include things like cost of beacons, how much the player pays out versus their insurance. There's a lot to figure out there. What do you think about being able to loot canisters from medbeds after they've been installed? I mean, I assumed it would be the case where you could take one out and it's, you know, half full. But from what it understands, you put it in, it sucks it all in, and then it's in the machine and it can't be extracted. I'm fine with that. It would be kind of cool when, you know, like Salvaging 2.0 or whenever they bring the next updates to Salvaging. We know they want to bring in siphoning of liquids and gases and so forth for use or safety. And that could include medical goo, but at this time, from what we understand, once it's in the machine and out the canister, it goes out the canister and it cannot be taken out again. It'll potentially just stay like that unless they find a reason and a way, or, you know, mostly a reason to need to siphon it. But we'll see what they decide. Barrick, how you doing? Welcome. If you are regenerated using spoiled goo, do you turn into a zombie? I was thinking more like the dog from The Fly, you know, when it accidentally crawls onto the machine and it comes out. Smev, how you doing? They are, mate. Yep. They're pumping out fixes. This year, it's not about bringing big features, is it? It's about bringing quality of life, narrative storylines, fixes, content where they can. And that's why we're seeing them pretty much month by month. Thank you, Hobo Dad. That's much appreciated, my friend. Very kind of you to say so. And welcome to Twitch. Yeah, Hawk. Open PTU by tonight would be cool. Hope there's a fix for the interaction prompt. And hopefully we can take canisters from abandoned ships. As long as they... So when it comes to looting, and this is why it's great whenever we get anything new in the game, like prop-wise or you know, item-wise. If someone has stored those in a ship's storage box, if they put it in the bed, if they've injected it into the bed, you cannot take them. If they have left them in the storage to top up with, which is going to be very likely, then yeah, you can take them and you can use them or sell them. Yeah, it'll be interesting to see if there's a way to stop people respawning when you are facing the bed. Because they might respawn, use up the last of the medical goo, and then you'll just have to shoot them, I guess. But then there's a cooldown now, isn't there, I think? I guess that base building will be more of a city builder than a survival game. Yeah, I mean, again, I would love to have more hands-on, you know, panel by panel, really building my own base. But as someone pointed out to me, the amount of absolutely hideous-looking buildings and nightmares for physics and metrics that would pop up would be horrific. I'm quite content with having lots of different architectural styles that require all the different types of, you know, materials as blueprints. So you have a blueprint for a wooden shack or a futuristic brutalist Lorville looking building or something from Crusader or something from Goss or wherever that you can travel around, get those blueprints. Once you've got the blueprints, you load it into your ship, you make sure you've got the resources, you then plant that AR pop-up to show you where it's going to go, and then your drones get to work. And then you check in every now and again to see how it's going, to fill up the resources, to then hook it up to the power supply and whatnot. Again, would much rather have more hands-on, but I can see why they've taken this route, and I think it's going to be enough to make it really cool to have sprawling cities that we build ourselves, or just a little tiny shack in the middle of a forest that you want to call your own. And we'll probably have everything. if that's what Star Wars Galaxies did, then absolutely. Welcome, Suspicious. I get the impression that they have taken a lot of inspiration from Star Wars Galaxies. Never played it, never even seen it myself, but everybody uses it as an example for what CIG are doing. And yeah, if it had a lot of good press, then yeah, keep it going the same. Yeah, the housing associations. You look forward to crafting off-brand medbed goo that causes a risk of regenerating with extra parts. Never shop at Gonji's magical goo of wonder. But yeah, it's, you know, the different styles of blueprint. Same with items that you get. There might be only found... Like, for example, we saw those weapons come into... Sort of, they're sort of frontier weapons that have been crafted in Pyro by the people living out there. Those blueprints will probably have to be gathered from somewhere in Pyro, and it encourages traveling around, collecting and adding to your library of different blueprint styles, and just having things that look cool. But also, in certain circumstances, the chances are, if you go to, say, you go to Goss, and they have a certain type of wood that grows there that has a really nice finish on this building architectural style that, you know, you see all over Goss. You get the blueprint for that. You come back to Stanton. You want to build it. You've brought back enough resources for that. Getting that wood back to Stanton is going to cost. So it will make sense to the location where, you know, the materials that are used. And if you want to keep building in that style, you'll have to either transport yourself those resources from Goss to you, or have someone else do it. And there's this big economy there, which is tied into the player economy, the back-end economy, and so on, and it just all intertwines. Which gives haulers a ton of work to do, right? Medical canisters are marked... Yeah.
Yep.
Alright, given the time, I'm headed straight for the ships to the log-off spot, and we can just sell this stuff first thing next time.
Yeah, sounds good. Sleep with it in a... Be nice to have go to bed with a full cargo bay. So, medical canisters are marked for long-term persistence. Excellent. Hopefully they can keep throwing more into that LTP stuff. Yeah, exactly, Fallout. You have to make sure that you have the materials to build, and yeah, if it is something that can be farmed, then you absolutely will do. When do I think the Merchantman will come out? 2027, maybe? I wouldn't say it's gonna be any time sooner than that, personally. It's gonna require a lot of work, first and foremost, to get done, and if they can get started on it. Didn't they say it was probably going to be the end of next year? I think. I can't remember what they said now, but yeah, not anytime soon.
Tail end of next year to start pre-production on it if they get to it.
So thank you. So yeah, so basically the end of next year, if they can allocate the resources to it, if they have the resources to do this, that's when they may start pre-production, which... That is not necessarily reconcepting, but making sure it all makes sense to the game as it is today, and developing it from there, like what's going on with the Kraken. Very smooth. So yeah, a long way off, I'm afraid. Yeah, exploring is there are many facets to exploring beyond just, you know, heading out into the depth of space and seeing what you find. There's so many different parts to the mechanic, to the gameplay, and a lot of it might just be finding rare items, finding rare blueprints that you can then trade and sell to other people. All sorts of stuff. I never get tired of landing back here. This is such a gorgeous place you found, T.
Pretty good.
Mm.
I was looking to see if I could find maybe some fruit trees nearby, but haven't found any yet.
Maybe we ought to go traveling on a dragonfly or something.
Did we strip the corpse of the Xenothread armor already, or did it just despawn?
Oh, I think he despawned. Unless he's underneath. I wonder if going through from Pyro to Stanton despawned him.
Could be. It's not the end of the world. It wasn't worth a crazy amount. Just,
No, that's a shame.
interesting.
Yeah, he's not here, is he? He's not flattened underneath one of the boxes.
Yeah.
Ouch.
Because I was thinking we probably needed to strip him before you bedlogged, because otherwise it would stop you, because there was technically someone else in your ship.
Yeah. Oh man, we should have just stripped him off the minute we got on board, really, but never mind. We can always go back and get some more, can't we? Kind of fun harvesting Xenothreat.
Yeah.
Oh, I love these little hillsides.
Pays well, too.
Well, yeah, absolutely. Be nice when they're like actually doing these missions against people like Xenothreat and whatnot as the CFP sort of pushes back against that occupation. Because I mean, I'm assuming it's gonna roll out in the actual verse, all this storyline of that constant ebb and flow between the gangs.
Yeah, we should be finishing the Frontier Fighters arc before the end of the year.
Hmm. Yeah, that's actually who they are, isn't it? The whole... Well, they're not Frontier, they're obviously their own little gang, but I wonder if it's going to tie in more with setting it off. Oh, yeah, of course. Well, that's who we need to be targeting. Getting rid of them. Oh.
Yeah.
A bit chilly out here.
It is
Yo,
quite
Robert, how
cold.
you doing? Oh, flipping it. Yeah, minus 37. So, what are we doing Wednesday? Run us through it while we're still alive.
So, Wednesday, I want to try and get the squads going. I'm going to put a sign up probably later today or early tomorrow.
Okay.
To have people sign up for the roles that I put in the FPS operator channel a couple days ago. And then we'll try and make squads out of that and go do some FPS operations and get people used to working with a squad that has a set of roles to work together.
Okay. So yeah, I'll just run through what that means. So we were just like with APOC playing a lot of Battlefield, and it makes sense in the game where we have assaults, medics, engineers, not like engineers as in fixing things, but you know, blowing up stuff in game. Like when it comes to FPS squads, having a proper designated member for each squad, so having a couple of assaults, maybe a sniper or a medic coming along with us, and trying to allocate and fit those roles with the appropriate gear and intention to go into whatever situation or mission we're going into, and hopefully have all areas covered, but having our own roles allocated. So we're going to do that on Wednesday. We're hitting up a few places, and if these places are spawning tons and tons of enemies, we're going to be testing those medics real good.
Yes.
So keep an eye on Discord. As APOC says, he's going to be putting a post out where you can kind of fill the role that you want to play, have secondary roles if there's none available and so forth, or if you want to chop and change, and then see how it goes. And get into the habit of doing that more, because I think medics especially are going to be more relevant on the battlefield, making sure that they are primarily focused on the well-being of the squad, and that the squad are keeping their weapons up and engaging any enemies, rather than, you know, someone's gone down, everybody rush over to him. Not that we do this, but everybody rush over to him and try to bring that one person up when we're still under fire. So having that designation for each role is just going to make the whole thing flow a bit smoother. But it's all testing, and we'll see how we get on. But yeah, that's coming up. Was it tonight or tomorrow? Just depending on when you get time, is it?
Yeah. And that's my time, so 5 hours behind you.
Okay. Okay, nice one. Right, I'm going to go to bed. Thank you, APOC. A pleasure as always, my friend, and we've got some good gear in here to sell on.
Yes, we do.
It's actually been a real profitable day. That's because you've taken control of what we're doing. Me just mindlessly flying around trying to find stuff. Yo, Mod, how you doing? Good night, everybody. Good night, Tony.
Good night.
Has he logged off already? Don't know if you can hear me from that distance. Right. But yeah, so that's the plan for Wednesday for the org. Really looking forward to that, and it'll be great to be able to get into a habit of doing that kind of thing and making it work, but Yeah, we'll see how it goes. Oh, yeah. Got frosty underpants. There it is. Lovely job. Yeah, absolutely, Jawa. Absolutely, mate. We'll keep an eye on Discord. We'll you can take on the roles you want to take on by all means. Oh, I must put my back out doing that then. Trying to do that ab fallout or something with a pair of rings, and I don't think I was doing it right. There we go. Pico King, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome. If you bedlog in the ship with content, yes, it should still be there next time. So far, it's been fine, but there's always the chance that you'll just be yeeted. But, you know, we take it because it's enjoyable logging out this way. Am I looking forward to them working on any ships, or on any of the ships they're working on specifically? I mean, the Kraken, the Ironclad, those two. Drake. Anything Drake for me personally. What about you? You can always guarantee it's something Drake for me. Well, it depends on the tier bed, Burn. It depends on the tier bed that will determine the range of your medical ship. If you have an Apollo or a tier 1 bed, the range is essentially the full system. If you have... I mean, I don't know how accurate or if it's working at this time, but that's the intention. Those frosted nuggets, yeah. You usually play heavy assault on those rolls, but we'll be happy to mix. Yeah, I'm kind of the same, Steed. I enjoy kind of following on, like you say, an assault roll, having a good sort of mid to long range weapon, medium or heavy armor, taking the forefront role, but then I'm super excited to be jumping in as medic, jumping in as sniper, engineer, and so forth. Maybe not sniper, I couldn't cover anybody. But yeah, you know, fill the roles that and again, it's practice. Even if you're trying a role that you're not used to, it is absolutely fine. We will make mistakes, we will F it up, but it's just fun, it's interesting, it gives us a lot of fun together, working together. Yeah, you too, Phantom Killer. Yeah, I mean, you think, what wasn't it 50, I thought it was 5 kilometers or 50 kilometers for tier 3, is that correct? That is Jax McCleary. I think you'll find Burn. Not who's Jeremy? I don't know who you think Jeremy is, but that's Jax McCleary. Not to be mistaken. Maybe this Jeremy guy is trying to be or trying to impersonate Jax, but yeah, I don't know who you mean. I'm kidding. Yeah, it was intentional. They intentionally. He's the one that hosts all these ship showdown, well, the ship shows, the IAE and so forth. He is the equivalent of Jeremy Clarkson 900 years in the future. He doesn't own a farm, though. He did live on a farm in Pyro. Well, it probably wasn't a farm, to be fair. Yeah, when's he going to open that up? Yeah, he's joined the Pyro gang. We haven't seen him for quite a few years now. Anyway, it is time to pass the stream on to somebody else. Thank you all so much for joining me. It is an absolute pleasure. Thank you so much. Oh, Detox is live. Let's send it his way. He's on 431. I would like to try 431. I mean, obviously on Wednesday we have a big event going on with the org, so we'll stick to that. Maybe Friday we do... Oh, it's the trade meet on Friday, isn't it? Are you guys doing a trade meet on Saturday? I would like for us to get in and start just doing a bit of testing with 431 as a group and just sort of, you know, test the... the dropships, but also try things like the medical stuff and see how that flows. We'll see what comes along. Yeah, if that's a good point, yeah. Oh, I mean, obviously it means those in the org would have to download the PTU and some of them might not be wanting to. I'm alright with, I'm happy to do either. It would be great to try it in the PTU as a group, but if most of the org are like, I don't want that, then we can stick to the live and then maybe do it on Friday. But I'm happy to push it to the PTU, you know, if it's open to everyone by that point. Yeah, thank you. We'll have a vote going and see what people think. Because, you know, a lot of people might be looking forward to this Wednesday, but they really don't want to have to bother with the PTU, so I don't want to force their hand, if that makes sense. So we currently have 12, do we? I wonder how many of those 12 are, like, get me into PTU now. You'd come but work. Yeah, fair enough. Anyway, there'll be plenty more, Rhino. Plenty more times, mate. I will see you all on Wednesday. We should have a new 4.3.1 tonight, and then hopefully push to all waves. Chances are we're looking like a week and a bit before this goes to live. They're pushing it out, aren't they? Still working on the monthly reports. Still working on other videos as well. So, yeah, detox raid. I will see you all on Wednesday. Have a great evening, whatever it is you all get up to. This is my end screen. Looks a bit like this. In fact, it is this. Looks exactly like this. And yeah, I'll see you all soon. Bye-bye.